Good morning again. It's your bothersome announcement person. We are going to get started in about 5 minutes. So I just wanted, don't like to interrupt conversation. It's wonderful. But we want to start around 10 o'clock. Thank you. Just in case you didn't know what the chimes were for, that means we're going to try and get started. We can thank Melissa for the chimes. It's a much more pleasant way to get your attention than me. Or the old YMCA method. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. No. That wasn't a literal invitation. The chimes are nicer. Susan, anybody out there in the lobby area? Other than you? And please, if you have not already gotten your coffee or breakfast, that door will stay open. So don't feel like you have to stay seated. Please feel free to get food if you would like.
Just clip this on to your shirt anywhere.
Thank you so much.
Just trying our best to stay on track. We have a very full day for you. See, it's 10:03. All right, I'm already 3 minutes late. Here we go. Good morning, everyone. If you do not know, thank you. Melissa, they played the chimes. They did the chimes. Oh, now he's doing it again. No, we did the chimes. We did it.
Anthony, nice to meet you.
My name is Betsy McFarland, and I am the Executive Director
welcome.
of
My pleasure.
HD Reach, and we are so pleased to have you here with us today.
Oh, good.
There are lots of people who haven't registered, or they've registered, but they're not here yet, so I expect our space to fill in. I'm very excited about that. We had over 150 people register, which is our largest event so far, so I'm very excited. Yay. And I would like to open our morning with this statement that one of our staff shared with me. Whether you are an individual with HD, a caregiver, an advocate, or a medical professional, this day is for you. So please feel welcome to ask questions, participate. We're excited that you're here. I also want to first mention that we are, at least for the first time in my time, offering this event in partnership with HDSA, and yet their table was out front in case you missed it. And I want to just give Anne Elizabeth an opportunity to say hello to you as well.
Yay!
Thank you, Betsy. Thank you to the HD Reach team. It is a pleasure and honor to be here today. This is my first education day, and I can't think of a better one to get my feet wet. But we truly appreciate this partnership. A little bit about the work that I do with HDSA. I'm the Regional Development Officer for the South Region, so I work with all of our chapters and affiliates as far west as Southern California, east and north to, north and South Carolina. But I'm very grateful to be here and to be supporting our chapters, our affiliates, our board members that really do the important work to help support our centers of excellences, our support groups, our educational programs, like this conference here today, and definitely could not do this without the community. If there's anything you guys need or have questions about HDSA and what we're doing in the community, please feel free to let me know. I'm here today with my colleagues Marianne and Allison Bartlett, who are a wealth of knowledge and can really talk about the programs and services that us on the field team are supporting with everyone else's support. But thank you so much, Betsy. I hope everyone enjoys the day and learns a lot.
They will. Lots of learning. Thanks, Anne Elizabeth. I have a whole list of my whole paper is just a list of announcements, so bear with me. I want to take a moment to thank all of our sponsors. Our major sponsors in particular, Neuroquin and Novartis, are in the back here on the back wall. But we have sponsors and exhibitors over here to my right, and would love for you to make sure you stop and visit and say hello. And please know that we cannot do an event of this magnitude without your support. So we are very grateful for that.
Yay!
In addition to our sponsors are the many people that we work with and that volunteer with us. So everybody that's in like the teal blue shirt that says Reach for Hope, think wave, Amy's wave. Those are all volunteers. And we appreciate their time and effort. I would like to, in particular, call out those that are on our Education Day committee. Wave or stand, or if you're on the committee, just whatever. Thank you very much. Also, staff, Kelly, Erica, Brandy. There's only 4 of us, and this is how we get it all done. So I really appreciate your time and effort and energy. And our board members. I have several board members here. If you could wave or stand, or Dr. Burt is out with a member of the community. There's Elise and Anthony and Grant, Mackenzie, Dave. Our board members are very important to us, and we're grateful for your time and effort here today. You can clap for them, that's okay. Want you all to be aware that we are live streaming our entire morning. So Carol and Elias are in the back. They're running all the equipment, and so we're live streaming here this morning. All of our sessions, which is new this year because we have support from HDSA, all of our sessions are being recorded in the afternoon, and they will then be posted on our YouTube. Right, Erica? YouTube, I think. So also, you'll see people wandering around taking pictures. Know that with your registration and your presence, that's kind of an implied permission for us to take pictures. If you do not want your picture taken, please let us know. We don't want to violate any of that. But know that there are people taking pictures, that we're live streaming, and that we're recording the sessions this afternoon. Okay, very important things. Bathrooms. Bathrooms are out the door, left, right, left. Left, right, left. For this floor, there are obviously, when we go upstairs to the education area and the classrooms, there's another set of restrooms up there. Sunflower. Brandy and Erica, do we have the sunflower? Somebody's wearing the sunflower. We also have a quiet room upstairs in our education area. If you at all feel the need to separate yourself from people, have some downtime, take a breath, find Brandy or Erica with the sunflower. If you're upstairs already, we do have a quiet room that you're welcome to take a seat in and take a breath. You may find me in there, but we can share the space. Raffle all along the wall. All of our fabulous raffle baskets. Oops, look, Melissa has tickets, the $20 sheet, $20 sheet for 26 tickets. Or the red ones are for the beach raffle, that's our main prize. And we will do raffle drawing at 4, so don't leave. You must stay. But there's also smaller, if you don't want a sheet of 20, we have lesser amounts. Passports. Everybody has a little, I'm going to steal yours because you're right here. Passport?
Borrow.
Looks like this.
Borrow. You're going to borrow.
Borrow, not stealing, borrow.
Good.
You need to get to work. So all of our exhibitors have little dots. You walk around and say hello, have them put a dot on it. At the end of the day, we have a box over here. It says, turn your passport in here. Put your passport in there. And we will do a drawing for a special prize in the afternoon. Okay, almost done. Oh, when you came in the main lobby and registered, right across on the wall from HD Reach table, there's a big banner. Please sign our banner. There's Sharpies that are already there. You can put a message, you can sign your name, whatever it is you want. But please sign our banner. That would be awesome. We have our Reach for Hope. We call it the step and repeat. Nobody knows what that is. It's the Reach for Hope banner right there, the blue one underneath the clock with all the blinky lights. There's Melissa, Vanna, thank you very much. Take your picture there. We have some signs for you to hold. It's kind of like a mini photo booth. We have some signs for you to hold. If you take a picture, tag HD Reach, we would love that. And then just enjoy. So that's just a fun thing we have to do. Oh, and now I'm done.
No, one more.
Oh, Teepa says, turn off your phones.
No, just make them silent. I didn't say turn it off. Silence those.
Thank you very much.
They annoy other people.
Like Teepa. No. Thank you for that very much. And now I'm going to turn the microphone over to Anthony, who is going to introduce our keynote, and we'll get going.
Awesome. Thanks, Betsy. My name's Dr. Anthony Martinez. I'm the board chairman for HD Reach, and I can't thank you all enough for being here today. I don't know if you all did this at the beginning of the year, but I chose a word to represent my year, and my word this year was gratitude. And I mention that because I can't help but feel an overwhelming sense of gratitude for this community, the people that come to this event year after year, and the organizers and volunteers that make it possible. I think let's give another round of applause to Betsy and the team. They make this possible. So. Well, it's my pleasure to introduce Teepa Snow, our keynote speaker. Teepa is an occupational therapist with over 40 years of clinical...
45.
Oh, 45.
Yeah, 45 now. Yeah. I've gotten older since then.
And academic experience. She developed the Snow approach to improve care for people living with brain change. Her organization, Positive Approach to Care, which there's a booth over here, a table, founded in 2007, now supports dementia care in over 30 countries through training, services, and resources. In 2022, she launched the Snow Approach Foundation to promote a neurodiverse, inclusive community through education and support. So let's give Teepa a big round of applause and thank her for coming today. Really excited for your talk, Teepa.
Thank you. We're gonna see whether or not, there's my lapel mic. Thumbs up, thumbs neutral, thumbs down when we hit the right mix of bass, treble, volume. Sort of like, it works well back there. How about up here? Too echoey or okay? You okay? Yeah? All right, well, we'll find out. If it changes, let me know. Because I'm not here for me. I came here for you. I came here for us to have conversation, for us to try things out. My background as an occupational therapist, I actually started my world of work when I was a teenager working with kids with special needs who were sent back from state institutions in Pennsylvania, and their parents were told, they're yours now, because we were wrong. We didn't know what to do. And parents were now having 7 to 12-year-olds back in their homes without any preparation, except they were told that they were bad parents, and that's why their kids should be in state institutions. And so there was a local guy. I know that's not pleasant. There was a local guy who was just a special ed teacher, and he got a bunch of us teenagers together and said, I need help. Come to the local Y, and we'll start doing Saturday respite. And then we'll do after school respite. And then we'll do respite in the summer. And we called it camp because kids needed friends, and we were big brothers and sisters, and we learned a lot. My own sister developed a brain tumor at the age of 3. So I got to learn about brain change up close and personal while my grandfather was living with us with vascular dementia. So it was an interesting mix in a household. So I learned early on what they tell you is bullshit. I will swear a little bit. I'm sorry if the kids are in the room. I apologize up front. But I have a conversation that says life happens and we've got to figure out how to accept and live with one another when we're doing the best we can. And the best we can will sometimes give us words that we didn't choose to have, but all of a sudden, here they come. They will have us do things that wouldn't be our preference to do, but in that moment, that's the best I can friggin' do. Did you hear me? And your answer is, yes, ma'am, I did. If in your best moment, you can respond, not react. But I don't know that that'll be the case because we're both living with this 24/7. And it's easy when you're in a doctor's office for 15 minutes to maybe pull it together. It's not so easy when you're doing testing that lasts hours. And it's certainly not easy to do when you're talking about years of life together. And one of our biggest challenges, recognizing early on, we've got something cooking here, and it is not typical life. So what we're going to do, let's back this up. There we go. Today the talk is about bridging the gap and really navigating care relationships, because the reality is when one of us is living with HD, the other people around us are going to need support. Oh, did you hear what I just said? When someone is living with Huntington's, those around are going to need support. Now, the person living with Huntington is going to need support and probably some care support, but we who are in the community around that person, be it family, be it friend, be it supporter, we're going to need more support. because this condition is going to change everything we think we know. And we're going to have to change our brains to match, or we're going to struggle. And even if we do, we'll struggle because we're trying to hit a target that keeps moving. So what we're going to do today is talk a little bit about neurodegeneration in general, because we've got to see where do we fit in this bigger picture. Everybody, if you can, do this with your arms. Make a great big umbrella. We've got a great big umbrella called neurodegeneration. A lot of people like to call it dementia. I call it brain change. Brain change I can't fix. Brain change is beyond what anybody right now knows how to get rid of. So we're under the umbrella now. But under that umbrella, there are things that are true and there are things that are myths. And so we need to really be clear what is true, what is sort of true, and what is sort of not true that people say. So here's what we do know about this. If you're living with neurodegeneration, you have at least 2 parts of your brain that are actively dying. I mean, they're dying. I wish it was different. I wish it wasn't. But it's dying, so it's an active state. It's doing something. And that means every time it does its thing, something is going to change. We also know that classically, in this umbrella scene, one of those areas will be related to a memory type issue. But it isn't always traditional memory that people think about. People, when they think about dementia, what's the first thing they think about? Alzheimer's. Ta-da! Everybody just turn to the person next to you and say, bullshit. I mean, it's a really important thing for us to be able to say to them. I mean, people, 95% of the general public, anytime they hear dementia, they don't listen to the other part. They hear Alzheimer's. And that's not true. It's simply untrue, and it's unfair because it puts people in boxes they don't belong in. So when I say memory, we're going to talk more about it. You all know it because you live with it. There is also another part of the brain that's being impacted. Huntington's is sort of special. So look at the person next to you and say, so special. You got a particularly good one because you get changes in all different areas. Isn't that special? And it sort of happens early. And that sucks, because you don't get as much time to adjust to many of the shifts that people living with many other dementias do get a chance to adjust to. You're having to adjust to a whole bunch of stuff, and we know some other things that are true. One of the other things that is absolutely true, it's chronic. In other words, once it starts, we can't make it stop. We don't have a stop button on it. We don't have a fix button on it. But that's true with all the dementias, all the neurodegenerations. We do not currently have a stop or fix button, no matter what somebody wants to sell you. Third, it is progressive. There is not a single dementia that does not progress. Neurodegeneration degenerates. Okay? Third, it will eventually kill you. But if anybody's getting out of this life alive, let me know about it. Because it's not going to happen. The thing about Huntington's, which is sort of interesting, is you can live a long time with the right kind of support stuff. You can live a long, long time. Like, even if you look at the stats, you're living longer than some other folks with other dementias. I mean, I have some folks who have, for instance, a posterior, let me see, a supranuclear palsy, who can be gone in 6 months, a year, 2 years. I mean, they can go really fast. Mad cow, Creutzfeldt-Jacobs disease. They can be gone in a short window. So it's one of those dementias, it's like, interesting. In an interesting way, in a hard way, in an important way. So the journey that you're on isn't a short journey, typically. Which means, turn to the person next to you. Look at them and say, we're in it for a while. A long while. So we better figure this out, because our life after the diagnosis is probably going to be as long or longer than our life before the diagnosis. Because that's another thing that's unique, is we're able to pick up on the possibility of Huntington's sooner than many dementias. Many folks don't know they have dementia for 5 to 8 years of active symptoms. 5 to 8 years not knowing what you're dealing with is a dementia at all. And Huntington's is, because we know about it, if we suspect it because we have it running in a family, we're much more likely to be curious about it and interested in it. I mean, there's always, I guess, spontaneous, but typically what we have is something that we know we could look out for it. And so it gives us an advance notice that maybe we should be thinking about a brain change that we can't fix. Now, here's a couple other things that are true about this. Oops, come on. My button is a little tricky this morning. Things don't work the way they used to. So I'm going to give you a new phrase. Instead of neurodegeneration, I want you to practice the word neuroplasticity. Say neuroplasticity. People living with Huntington are incredibly neuroplastic. They learn different things to do. When they can't do the thing they did before, their brain does something different. It doesn't give up and just sit there. It goes and does other things. So that's important to know. It's not that I'm a blank slate and nothing is happening for me. Things are happening for me. So when I can't find the thing that you say, you know, when you want to say the thing, you know what I'm talking about, the thing you try to, the thing. What is it? When you want to say it, the thing you say. Huh? Yes, the fucking word. Now, what just happened there? Talk with somebody next to you. What just happened to me? Talk with somebody. Because we're in this together. What do you think just happened for me? That's a good one. But see if you can be more specific. And in being more specific, you're going to think about human brains and how they work. Okay, everybody get your, I'll help you out if you'll work with me. Get your left hand, put it up to your left temple. For 98%, make an L, just so it helps you out here. This is an L. Put it to your left temple. And your left temporal region, this region of your brain, is very active in the idea of language, formal language skills. So this is where 98% of us have language skills. It's the only place in our brain we have language skills, over here. Not on the right, not in a lot of areas, just little areas over here. So now take this and now use 3 fingers. Now the 3 fingers I want you to use are your thumb, your index, and your middle finger. Turn to somebody near you and say, what's special about those 3 fingers? Hold them out, see if you can figure out what's special about them. See if you know something. The physicians in the room should know it. Any PTs will be able to say it. What do you think? You have anything for me? Okay. Median nerve distribution. This is your median nerve. So take your hands, both fingers, thumb, middle finger, button a button, zip a zipper. Pick up your pen to write, put a nut on a bolt, unscrew it. Everything you do with skill, you do with these 3 fingers, called tripod. These are the fingers of skill on a human hand, and the median nerve runs through the carpal tunnel up to the brachial plexus, into the spine, up into your brain, and lands on the top. Median nerve, these 3 fingers, fingers of skill. These 2 fingers get their feeling and their movement from the ulnar nerve. Now, the ulnar nerve, if you've ever hit your elbow on something, you know where that runs, right? Right behind your elbow. So that becomes part of it. These 2 fingers, what are they good for? What do you use them for? Grip. Somebody over here, good. Power grip. So everybody make a fist and grab something. These are the 2 fingers that allow you to hold on to something really tight, like a set of pliers or a wrench or a hammer. This gives you strength. Huntington's, like every other condition, will rob you of skill before it takes away your strength. And rather than 3 skilled fingers and 2 strong ones, you end up with 5 strong fingers. So what that means is it's very difficult to do these skilled things. And yet you want to do skilled things, but it's hard to get it to happen. What you can do is strong things, sometimes unintentionally. Because also what's going to happen, everybody make a fist, it is much easier to grab hold of something than it is to release it, to let it go. These muscles of holding and grasping are developed much earlier than this skill. It takes skill to let go of something. Letting go is hard. It's hard to do with your hands. It's hard to do with your brain. So, let's go back to what was over here in the left. Let's see if everybody was paying attention. Language. 3 skills. Okay, so pop your thumb up. Here's your first skill over there. Vocabulary. Everybody say vocabulary. The words. So what happened to my vocabulary section? I couldn't find the thing I was looking for. So what I did, do this. I talked around that thing to try to get it to come out. It's the thing you say, you know, when you want to say it, the thing you say. And I'm using really vague words to try to get that one to come out. Did I work hard? Was it coming out? No. Was I speaking, though? Okay, so do this. I'm sorry, I'm bumping into my necklace. I'm going to drop this down. Sorry. Thank you for turning that down for a second. Let me see. Maybe. There we go. So, was I able to produce language? Yeah. Could I still articulate? Yes. Was I producing words that had value? Do this. The third skill, bring your index finger in, is comprehension of speech. Who did not have comprehension of my speech, apparently? The other person. But of course, I am identified as having a loss of vocabulary, but people around me are not identified as having a loss of comprehension ability. What I have is a change in vocabulary skills. I can't make the word come up on my own. Who could help me find that word? And in fact did, finally, after much prompting. Somebody else. They came up with word, but by then, take your hands, oh, this is where it gets awkward. Take your hands, make fists. Take your index fingers, wiggle them out in front. Take your thumbs and pop them up and down. And now take these both fists and go rum, rum, rum. We'll try it. Rum, rum, rum. That is the primitive brain that each one of us has up in our skull. It's known as the limbic system. It's what runs us when we don't. Whether we're awake, whether we're asleep, the primitive brain is always running you until you die. So get your index fingers out. Those are your hippocampal areas. That's where you learn, remember, find your way, and keep up with time. Pick up your thumbs and say amygdala. Yeah, say it like that, amygdala. And the reason I want you to use emotion with it is so you get the idea. The amygdala is your threat perceiver. The job of the amygdala is to keep you alive as you. I want to be me. I want to be the me I am. So my amygdala's job is to keep me alive as me. So when I try to communicate with you and you're not getting it, do you think I'm having a good time? Are you having a good time? Who's feeling threatened? Both of us are feeling threatened. So both of us do this with your amygdala. Your amygdala turns on. Here's the bad news about amygdala. Do this. It turns off your language center. Do this. It turns off your behavioral control center. It tenses up your muscle structure. And go over to the right side of your temporal lobe. Do this. It turns on the rhythm section. So get this. Do your rhythm. So more rhythm-related language skills are on the right. Get your 3 fingers out. You have 3 skills over there. You keep them. They're special. They include, do this, social chit-chatting. Hey, baby. Hey, baby, how are you? Good to see you. Good to see you. Oh, you're so pretty. Oh, you're so pretty. Oh, I like you. Oh, cool, huh? Works just fine. Hey, baby. Hey, baby. Here's the other thing it has. Forbidden words. Every forbidden friggin' word you've ever learned, check. Because I want to use it both to connect and I want to protect. Connect, protect. That's what it does. So I say, oh, you're really pretty. You have nice boobs. And people, what? And the reason I'm doing it is what? I like how you look. I'm missing formal vocabulary. I'm over here wanting to connect. What have I found? A sex word. It'll be sex talk, racial, cultural slurs, and ugly words. You're an idiot. Shut up. You're stupid. Those are going to be very familiar words that I have because those are threat words. I want to threaten you, but I don't. I'm not. I'm not using it like that. I'm actually using those words in this case as connection words. But how might Erica take it if we aren't familiar with each other and she doesn't know about my condition? The wrong way. And then she reacts. And what happens with her amygdala? Guess what it does? Do this. It turns on. And she goes, Teepa. So turn to somebody next, use their name like that. Let me see if I... Susan. And then here's the famous phrase, what are you doing? Well, I thought it was obvious. I was trying to connect to you. I wasn't doing it on purpose. I was not doing this thing that you're now accusing me of. That was not my intent at all. And if I had said, can I play with you, Eric? Are you cool? Go to hell. Now, when I said it that way, what was I sharing? What was I trying to tell Erica? I felt threatened by her somehow. Something about her was threatening me. What did I ask her to do? Go away. Leave me alone. That's all I'm saying. Because in that moment, guess what has happened for my brain? My amygdala turned on. I lost my language. And my prefrontal skills aren't so bad. Great. And her standing now, here's the thing. We can impact people. Put your hand to the back of your brain by where you choose to put yourself visually. Because my occipital lobe is also involved in this. Occipital is where you process everything you see. And if you stand right in front of the other human being that you're going to interact with, you get right in front of them. And you get taller than them. And you lean in on them. And you say, let's go ahead and get you changed. Try it with somebody. Just try it. See what happens when you feel what you feel when somebody leans on you, say, listen, we need to get you changed, you're wet. Just try it. I mean, we're not being serious about it. I mean, just go ahead. May I do it with you? I asked permission first. Did you notice I asked that with Erica? And you think you're going to be okay. Stephanie, we need to get you changed, you're wet, okay? Now, she says okay. Okay, here we go. What just happened for you, Stephanie, when I laid her brain went, protect yourself. And she tensed up all the muscles in her forearm and hit her crotch. Which is what most of you in this room would do if I walked over. Now, some males might do something different. And we will comment on that as well. Instead of going, I wonder what cues I gave that I wanted to connect. Didn't mean to. Wasn't intended to give a connecting clue, but I might have, because I'm missing how your brain is changing, and I'm not changing my brain to support your shift. So there are so many skills we, who are not living with Huntington's inside of us, can choose to use that make a difference in our relationship. Once we understand what's changing. So what was the first thing that was over on the language side that we know is going to be challenging? That's going to be one of the areas of change, for sure. Finding the words I want to find when I want to find them. The second thing, you're going to have a harder time comprehending me when I'm doing that kind of thing, because it's frustrating to not be able to come up with the thing I wanted to say. But I'm still trying to talk. I'm not talking. Huntington's doesn't typically cause people to immediately go silent. People will continue to try to communicate, connect for quite some time. Sometimes through their whole life. Sometimes people give up because it's just not worth it anymore, because I've been so unsuccessful with getting support. Over on this side, what's present for me? Bad forbidden words and social chit-chat. Right away, I will keep both of those, which can get me in trouble. Because I want to get connected, I like it, so I get connected and then I say, oh, fuck it. And it's like, oh, sorry. That wasn't the word I meant to say. I didn't mean it. I'm sorry. And then I get scared. And it's super frustrating. This doesn't happen for everybody, but it does happen. So do this. What's the art we need to learn? Let it go. We've got to get to a place of being able to do it again. Let it go. Let that go and find out. After you let it go, you don't stop. You go, okay, how can I be better supportive? What can I do that would be more supportive? So over here, this is how this all started. I said, I'm looking for the thing you put there. If someone over here had said, Teepa, you are looking for the thing that goes in that space, what do you think I would have said then? Yeah. Teepa, are you talking about word or something else? And I would have said word, and I would have gone on. Why would I have been okay with that support? It was called guidance, not giving me the answer like you think I'm stupid. And your brain is faster than mine. When you give it to me as this or that, and I get to pick who's the boss of the word. Me, who went and found what I couldn't find. You, what's that called? Support. It's bridging the gap for me. I don't need you to give me an answer. I need you to give me choices of an answer where I can pick, because then I get to be more me. I want something to eat. I want something to eat. What's the answer without thinking about it? I know what it is. It's a question. What's the question? What do you want? Please, Teepa, go inside your brain. Go through the laundry list of all the possibilities of what you could eat. And in this moment, tell me which of those things you would like. If I had an idea of what I wanted specifically, guess what I would have said in the first communication? Could I have a drink of juice? And you would have said, what kind? And I would say, you know, the one that So what's the possibility that you could do right now that we've talked about? What could you do? Teepa, you want to give me a validation. Validate me. Say, Teepa, you're talking about the juice that you like or something else? So you always give me this or something else. This or that. It's an either or, because the front of my brain, if you keep it simple, I can make choices. I just can't go find them in that moment. I need some support. And you saying, what do you want? Do you want apple juice? Do you want orange? We could do pineapple. I've got pineapple in the fridge. Would you like pineapple, or what would you like? Tell me what you want. You just gave me data dump. Okay, apple. Apple tastes like that. Oranges like that. What was the other thing? And I'm getting so muddled up. And I'm like, never, shut up. And it's like, whoa, what is happening here? What is happening when you dump data on a system that can't handle the data dump? What turns on for me? The ever-present amygdala. So pop your amygdala up and look at the person next to you. Okay, and I'm going to give you 5 ways it might show up. Do this. Whoa! Fright. So it might be sort of frightening. I'm sorry. Because then I realize I'm in trouble. I'm sorry. So now I'm scared because I see the look in your eyes. I've done the thing I'm not supposed to do. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh no. Oh no. Second, do this. Do that. Behind you. Flight. I want out of this. Never mind. I'm out. I want to go. I need to go. I want to go away from you. I want to go away from it. And that could include closing my eyes. Third, ooh, pop it up. It's just a finger. Fight. The third reaction to a threat is to fight back or to confront that threat, try to push into it, to try to, don't you tell me what to do. Because maybe that's just who I am. Some of you are not like that. Some of us are. Raise your hand if you tend to be a fighter. It means I have a little few confrontations. I don't mean it that way, but you pushed me, quote unquote. Or I wanted something I didn't get. Now these 2 fingers, strong and powerful, do this. This is a real important one. Hide. Hide. We hide things. What did you do when I said, let's change? You tried to hide it. So turn to your partner, look at their crotch, and watch how quickly people will go into hide mode. Ask them to open their mouth so you can see whether or not they brush their teeth. I mean, things that we don't think about when we're trying to be helpful are actually fairly intrusive, intimate things. And all we're trying to do is, make it okay. But if we lead, look at your hand, and then look at the person that you want to be supportive of. Look at your person, look at your hand, look at your person, look at your hand. And what I'm going to tell you is when you're somebody who wants to help, what you see when you look at your hand is a helping hand. You see a hand that is there to help. So people who have a helping hand, shove it in your partner's face. Go ahead, try it. See what happens when you shove your hand in somebody's face. What's your first thought, people? Is it, thank you for your help, or is it, get your hand out of my face? So what we do without meaning to when we lead with, look at your hand, this is actually an agenda. And all too often in this world of support and care, we lead with an agenda. I have an agenda. As a carer, I care. And so part of what I try to do is help you. But what I want you to do is put your hand out with the person. Here's the deal. Human beings tend to have their own agenda. So they'll do theirs. Here, you don't have somebody. You can have me. You don't want me, do you? So I'm the helper. So put your hands together. Watch how quickly this happens. Put your hand with somebody. Just palm to palm. Try it. Now, helper, push a little bit. And notice what automatically happens when you give that push. What are they doing? Pushing back. Maybe you just need to help harder. Give it a little more. See if you know you're right. They haven't had that shower. They really need it. Where is it going? That's what I want you to realize. Absolutely nowhere. Oh, but something's happening. Put your hands up. And what I want you to realize is you're actually building a wall between you. This is not no foul. This is a problem. This is now a wall. It's making it harder for us to see the other person's perspective. It's making it harder for us to view the other person as who they are, not the disease. It's making it super hard for our relationship to sustain. So here we're going to try something. Since you were using your left hand, I'm going to use my, oh, you were using your right. Right. I will use my right. I'm not good with left and right. That's actually a lifetime thing. Don't be thinking it's something new to report. Really important to know what your baseline is before people start measuring you. Palm up. Put your hands together. No, you want to. Thank you very much, Asher. All right. So we're going to put our palms together. Everybody get your palms together right to right or left to left. But you both have to use the same hand. Go off of your partner who needs some support. Rotate your hands so that your thumbs almost line up. So you have to do right to right. There you go. Good. Now rotate so your thumbs almost line up. Lock thumbs. You just build a bridge. And it turns out when you're in this position, as a carer, your tendency is to turn and become in relationship with the person, and now you're looking at the world more from their point of view than opposing their point of view. What's also happening is we are connecting neurologically. This is a deep neurological connection, because what do you use your hands for? Just about everything. So by allowing me to be present with you, and my hand is under you, I put my hand under, I'm here to support you, truly, but nobody's trapped. You have full range of your hand. I'm not doing anything other than being present. But what it allows is messages to flow from your hand to my hand. And if I wrap my index, middle finger, little finger around where your web space is, and I give a gentle pump, your eyes will go to the hand, and then you'll come to my face. Try it with your partner. Look away, have your partner look away, and then pump, and they will look at you every single time. Go ahead, let them do it again, because you do it, and they will look, because their brain goes, what's going on down there? That's a place I'm familiar with. Oh, what is happening down there? Now they will look at you. Now, take your left hand, if you're using your right, because the other hand you're not using, and I want you to go, ooh. I want you to hold your index finger up, just an index finger. I want you to go, ooh. And then I want you to point at something you want them to notice. And I want you to watch what happens to their eyes as soon as you do that. What do they look at? The thing that you're showing them. And then you can say something to drink. What did I just give them that could help their brain figure out the next words that were going to come out of my mouth? A visual cue. And all of a sudden, we know how to move together in a way that we had no idea how to do this thing together before. Now, with the people around you, I want to give you a second or two to talk about why don't we get this information when we first hear about our condition? Go ahead and talk to each other. Why isn't this part of basic education when I'm going to actually be partnering with you and we're going to try to figure out how to live together? Why is this not happening as part of baseline training? Talk to each other. I don't know the answer, so you may maybe be able to come up with it. Why isn't this part of what we're learning? Why do you think? Here's why. Because people don't think about life with this and bridging this gap. We think about, oh, how awful. This is an awful diagnosis. This is an awful condition. It's like it's what you're going to live with. It may be awful, but it is what it is. It's what is it you're going to do with it. And realizing there is hope, there is help, there are ways to do this. We got to get off the nothing to do bus. And here's our big challenge. Describe that to somebody. What's it look like? Sort of a donut. What flavor? How do you know it's dark chocolate? All I see is a gray circle up there. You're making crap up. That's called delusional thinking. Maybe a hallucination. Visual. We may have to figure out which it is so we can treat you. No. How about if I gave you this? So this is the case often with Huntington's. We know the background tells us we got something cooking here. We got an idea of what might be happening. We still don't know what is happening for who? That human being. We don't know because they start off as a human being before they ever get Huntington. People have lives before this starts. And they develop personalities before this happens. They will have a preference in fright, flight, fight, hide, seek. Oh, seek is your last one, by the way. If anybody was curious, what's that last skill of the amygdala? Go seeking. I seek things. I seek things that are interesting. I seek things that are kind of cool. I seek things that are risky. I seek things that make me feel good. I seek sugar. I seek things that lift me up. I seek things that help me. I'm not doing it on purpose. It's what part of my brain? The part that's trying to keep me alive is me. And I can know it's not good for me, but it won't keep me from doing it. Because the part that keeps me from doing it is the part of my brain that didn't work so well, called my prefrontal cortex. So here we go. How many of you envisioned the donut looking exactly like this? Liar. You did not. You told me it was dark chocolate. Now you're making crap up even more. Or you have a faulty memory. We'll talk about which one. Here's the challenge. You've met one donut. You've met one donut. Until you get to figure out what are the strengths, what are the abilities, what are the retained skills, what are the losses, what does this particular donut look like, you're not going to be bridging the right gap. Because we've got to get super curious, get the support we need so we can be in place to support the person who needs us. And it means we're going to have to change our brains. How many of you are excited about brain change? Get that way, or you'll go under. Because just because my brain is changing doesn't mean I'm less. It means I'm different. I've become more diverse. So, we have a great big umbrella. You know what? Some people don't even know that you exist under this umbrella. That's a problem. Most people think the only thing under the umbrella is Alzheimer's, and maybe a little bit of Lewy body, maybe a little bit of vascular. They're wrong. This umbrella is in a state of extreme change, and in the last 5 years, we developed a whole new dimension called LATE, L-A-T-E, which nobody even knew about, which actually is very, very common for old people. So for those of you who had kids, and your spouse may have been the one that had Huntington, and you lived on, you may be dealing with children or grandchildren. And you yourself, because of all the support you've done without support, could be increasing your very own risk of having brain changes that fall under the umbrella, but they're not Huntington's. Same is true if you're a parent or you're a spouse. None of us are immune to this phenomena of dementia, but our particular flavor can change. I have so many people in my life that live with dementia and support somebody else living with dementia. It's called peer support. And it's super helpful because they are actually experts at helping one another sometimes. And sometimes they get on each other's nerves, a whole bunch, just like I get on people's nerves. So I'm looking at a Huntington's scan, PET scan. And if we look at these and we're looking at them, we look at a typical brain and we look at a brain with Huntington's. What people were really interested in this study, and this is, I gave you the source of this particular scan, they were looking at particular markers and indicators and changes. But what I noticed is they didn't really talk about, look at the very top of that. Do you see the top of the brain picture up there? That's known as the prefrontal cortex. And where you see red, orange, yellow, it means the brain is more active. There's more glucose metabolism in those areas. So your brain is working harder and better it's working harder in those areas, probably better. If we look over on the Huntington side, what do you notice about the prefrontal cortex? Still green, but is there as much yellow-orange? No. What do you notice about if we look along the side of the brain, which is where the sensory motor strip is, the management of the body movements, what do you notice already? Are there some shifts? Yeah, a little less yellow-orange. How about in the back? What do you notice back there? Woo, they're busy. So turn to the person next to you and go, yeah, I'm seeing shit that's not there. My brain's making up shit. It's cool. Animals, children, people, lines moving. It's all kind of cool stuff. You should be here. It's interesting. The reality is I may not know that that's actually not happening. I might. It varies. But some of the things that we're curious about, we don't pay attention to the big picture. And we've got to get better at bridging that gap. So my time is almost up. This, my friends, is what happens when you have Alzheimer's. And I'm going to just take away that we aren't going to get into the specifics because that's not what this talk is. But what I want you to notice is the difference between column 2 and column 3. Turn to somebody and point out the things that you, and these again, PET scans looking at glucose metabolism. Take a few seconds to talk to somebody next to you about what you're noticing. What's coming out for you when you look at those? What stands out? Column 2 versus column 3. What'd you come up with? What'd you come up with? How many of you look at, what's your first thought with column 3? Wow, huge amounts of change, huh? How many of you looked and went, look, I still see red? And instead, how many of you went, wow, I hardly see anything working at all? It's this thing where we tend to not see what's possible, we see what's lost. And one of my final messages I want to give you is we've got to start looking at what's retained, what's still there, how we can use what someone has, how we can take that as a measure. If I'm all of a sudden in a place where I am really not doing, you may not want to wait to where I'm to that space where you say you want to go to the quiet room. Because at that moment, if I'm a fighter, what's going to happen? Is it because I don't want to go to the quiet room? No, it's because I'm not able to think, I'm not able to do. What would happen if you said, I could use your help? What do you want? Because all of a sudden, I'm the one that's offering you support, not the other way around. So, today is a day of learning. I know there's so much more to go. If you have interest in some of the other slides that I have, one of the other big differences, and I was going to go into, but there's no time, I want to talk a little bit about the role of a cerebellum. Because one of the things that happens with Huntington's is the cerebellum is involved in most other dementias. It's the latecomer to the party. And so one of the things we notice is people don't have procedural memories like they typically would have procedural memories. They have trouble with those kind of memories. We talked about memory, but this is a different kind. But maybe another time, another place, we could get together and talk. Because I think there's a lot we could do if we built more bridges and got less isolated. Because I know that just with any other dementia, one of the things that happens is we tend to hide. And I'm so glad you guys aren't hiding. You're out and proud and present. So thank you for having me. I hope it was helpful to start a conversation. I hope you had some fun playing a little bit because we got to figure out how to lighten this up a little bit. It's a long life, and I think we should learn to live it well in community. Thank you all.
Appreciate it, Teepa. Thank you. Okay. Wonderful, right? Wasn't that fun? It was fun. I would like to first invite our guests from Neuroquin and Novartis up. These are our two major sponsors. And then I'm going to ask all the other exhibitors to get yourselves up and ready over here on my right, because they're going to just do brief introductions. They're going to say hello and welcome and who I am and who I represent. We just give them that brief opportunity. Kara, you got it? So you're thrown under the bus. Okay. Kara Pasquale from Neuroquin.
Sorry. Hi, everybody. My allergies are very bad right now, so I apologize if you can't understand me as well. But my name is Kara Pasquale. I am with Neurocrine Biosciences. I'm on their patient engagement advocacy team. I've been coming to these events now for the last few years, and as I said last night, it's really been amazing to just see how it's evolved and grown, and just really seeing some old faces and new faces. But for those of you who do not know Neurocrine, we are a biopharmaceutical company, and for the last over 3 decades have been developing and discovering life-changing treatments for debilitating neurological, endocrine, and psychiatric conditions. Back in 2023, we received FDA approval for a treatment option for chorea. We were very proud of that, and in 2024, we received approval for a sprinkle formulation of that treatment for those who have trouble swallowing. And I just want to thank everyone in the community who participated in those studies and made that approval possible. We know what a big sacrifice that is. And today, Neurocrine remains committed to discovering and developing medicines for debilitating rare and neurological conditions. And I just want to thank Betsy and HD Reach for the opportunity to be here today, and it really is a privilege to sponsor this event. Thanks to you.
Hi everyone, I'm Allison Handler. I'm the Director of Patient Advocacy with Novartis, and I think we're going to have a lot of similar themes and comments today. But I wanted to just thank also Betsy and the HD Reach team for bringing everybody together from all the virtual gatherings and to the in-person. This is my first education day that I've been able to be a part of, so it's already very motivating and inspiring. But I've had the pleasure of working within this community now for just under a year, as Novartis has been making deeper commitments in the neuroscience rare disease space. Opportunities, as we've heard, like this are really, really important so we can continue to learn, listen, and grow together. And we know, as we've heard, right, we need to all support each other, as we just heard from our keynote speaker. And most importantly, too, we want to thank each of you for taking the time today to show up, for being here for yourselves and for your loved ones. And as I mentioned at Novartis, for those of you that are not familiar with who we are, we do believe that neurologic disease are deeply personal. We know that our brains and nervous systems really do shape how we think, how we communicate, as we just heard, and live our lives. And we know that Huntington's disease is super complex and challenging, and while there's been a lot of meaningful scientific progress, we know there's still so much to do. So that's why we are really doubling down in neuroscience, including rare serious conditions like Huntington's. And our vision in this space, which has evolved, is really grounded in urgency, resilience, and empathy. We know that the time is now. We keep hearing that everybody is fighting for every mind, movement, and moment. So one of the important ways that we're demonstrating this commitment is through our new INVEST-HD phase 3 clinical trial, which is evaluating votoplam, an oral investigational medicine for people in the early stages of Huntington's disease. This is a global study that is designed to evaluate whether or not this investigational medicine may help slow disease progression, and we will closely monitor participant safety and tolerability in this trial. The study has been posted on clinicaltrials.gov, and initial sites in the US and Canada have been activated, with more expected over time. So we know, as we just heard too from my colleague here, that participation in research is a very personal decision. It is time consuming and it's not always right for everyone, but we wanted to make sure we're sharing this information with the community. And if for further information, you can speak to your healthcare provider or visit clinicaltrials.gov. Finally, just beyond research, we are thrilled to be able to partner with patient advocacy organizations like HD Reach and others that are here today. We recognize that the strength does come from the united community and that progress is going to happen when we all stand together. So truly, thank you so much for allowing Novartis to participate in this day. Please stop by our table in the back just to introduce yourselves. We want to continue to listen to hear to your challenges, to your inspiration, and thank you, and I look forward to meeting each of you today.
Now we have the parade of exhibitors.
Hi, I'm Jeff Mersace. I am an attorney and a certified Medicaid planner. We've got our table back there. If I had to really just kind of boil it down to what we do, we help our clients and their families keep and maintain their choices, their assets, and their goals for as long as possible while getting all of the benefits that they are entitled to and without the government making decisions for you. So we have a lot of good online tools and resources that you can get access to over at the table. And if you don't have any of your estate planning documents in place, we are actually running a special. So go ahead and see about just getting those basic documents before we go and talk about the really important stuff and how to protect things. Thank you.
Hi. Okay, I do not like microphones. My name is Carson. I'm with Teva. Teva has a, oh God, no.
See, look. See? Hold mouth close to mic and don't turn it.
I am not a rule follower either. My name's Carson. I'm with Teva. I'm in this bright green table over here. We have a product that helps with chorea involuntary movements that is associated with Huntington's disease. This product came out in 2016, so we've been involved with the community for 10 years now. I've been doing this event, I think the year before COVID, so I've been around for a while. I recognize a lot of faces, and there's a lot of new faces here. So please stop by and see me, and I can tell you about our products and some of the other helpful things that we have for the community. Thanks.
Thank you, Carson. Exit stage left.
Thanks. This way. Hi, my name is Davin Johnson. I'm the president of Davin Enterprise Insurance Agency. My wife was diagnosed in 2019, and we began coming to events like this to learn to, I guess, engage and find resources, and found ourselves to be a resource for others in helping to navigate through many of the common questions related to health insurance, life insurance, and long-term care insurance. So along with that, we are providing, helping folks with that and consultations, and actually wrote a book this past year to help many people along the way. It's on Amazon, but we have a few copies with us. So please feel free to stop by our table. Happy to help this community and the wonderful group of people that are a part of this, and so happy to be a part of this community. I don't know what we would have done had we not been engaged with HD Reach and many of the several other organizations. So please stop by. I'd love to meet you and talk with you and help answer any questions that we can. Thanks.
Thank you, Gavin.
Yeah, we're a pair. Hi, everyone. My name is Zach, and this is Jennifer. We're with Synapticure. We're a virtual neurology company, and we do have a table over there, so feel free to come by and say hi and learn more about us, but I will pass it to Jennifer. Is there anything I forgot?
I'm speaking at 2:30, so if you would like more details about our services, come see me then.
Okay.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jenna Heilman with the Huntington's Disease Youth Organization. Even though we have youth in the title, we really work to support, educate, and empower young people 35 and under impacted by HD across the globe. So we also don't card people at the website. So if you're like me and have some crow's feet, still please stop by and learn, because we know that many of you have loved ones in your lives that you all are working to support as they continue their journey of being impacted by HD. So thank you so much for HD Reach for having us.
Hi everyone, my name is Victoria Rosinski and I am with the Huntington Study Group, and we are dedicated to advancing research and improving lives of individuals affected by Huntington's disease. And I'm here with my coworker, Mackenzie.
Hi, I'm Mackenzie Luxmore. I work for the Huntington Study Group. I'm also on the board of directors for HD Reach. Can I just get a quick shout out for anyone in the room who has participated in a clinical study or clinical trial? You are bridging the gap. You are the future. Thank you very much.
We were just saying this feels like either a prison perpetrator walk or maybe like a bachelor auction or something like that. I'm Rob Roth. I'm head of commercial for a small pre-commercial biopharmaceutical company called Prelenia. And we are basically working, as I was saying to those of you here last night, to create new medicines for people with neurodegenerative diseases, starting with ALS and Huntington's. We are preparing in the next few months to start a confirmatory pivotal trial in HD for our investigational drug, perdopidine. Great to be here. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Burton Scott. I'm neither a perpetrator nor a bachelor. I'm representing the Duke Multidisciplinary Huntington's Clinic. We're sponsored by HDSA. We're a center of excellence. We have lots of really devoted folks that are taking care of Huntington's patients, and representing us today is Allison Allen, our social work in our social work office, and Dr. Katie Moore, who's a neurologist on the staff. And we participate in clinical trials, as do other centers. But welcome. We have a table in the back. Thanks.
Dr. Scott is also a board member for us.
Hi, everyone. I did not prepare any jokes before I got up here, but my name is Hadley Bryan. I'm a genetic counselor that works with the UNC Neurogenetics Group. I'm here with our HD clinic. Both Latorius and Sydney are with me today. We're excited to talk to you about all the resources we have, and if you're interested in talking to any of us, we are along the back wall.
Hey everyone, I'm Kay Castillo.
And Melissa Pecoraro.
And we're with a nonprofit here in North Carolina called Friends of Residents in Long-Term Care. We're for quality long-term care. We're going to be doing 2 sessions this afternoon, so we'll be in there. And then we're also along the back wall. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys for having us.
Hey there, I'm Angela Woodard. I'm part of Central Pines Regional Council. And but my division is I'm a long-term care ombudsman, and so I was placed in the corner. Somebody did put baby in the corner, so come see me.
Let's see what the short-term memory is. I'm Teepa, this is April. We have in Hillsborough an actual building with actual programs and outreach, and we welcome anybody to come and spend time with us. It's not a prison. It's a wonderful place to come, and we don't secure the doors. But people tend to stay a long time, and we enjoy having folks. We also have a worldwide presence, and we do free consults. So if there's anything we can do to be helpful to you or your family, please let us know. We're available. Thank you, April. April's not comfortable in front of groups yet, but she's going to get that. But I am the luckiest girl in the room because I get to work with this lady every day.
I'm Katie Jackson. I'm president of Help for HD International. We're running 13 programs nationally for Huntington's disease right now at the time. I'm not going to bore you. I'll sit up here for 3 hours if I talked about all the programs that we're running. I'm going to do that in Baltimore next week and to all of those attendees. I won't do it to you guys. But yeah, so we're a nonprofit. We have our table over there with all of our programs and resources, everything from law enforcement education to support groups to our radio show to our TV show to all the different stuff we have. That's only 4. You want me to keep going? HD1 is it? Okay, and I will hand it over to Unicure.
Hi, everyone. I had the pleasure of meeting many of you yesterday, and I got music to get off the stage, so I'll try and keep it nice and short today. My name's Payal Venugopal. I'm the Associate Director of Patient Advocacy at Unicure. For those of you who may not be familiar, Unicure is a gene therapy company where we have our lead investigational product in Huntington's disease, AMT-130. As I mentioned yesterday, we are in discussions with the FDA about determining what the path forward looks like for AMT-130. But I want to take a moment to recognize the community for your activation and for your utmost engagement as it relates to the national petition and with your advocacy efforts with your congressman, congresswoman, when it talks about sharing your perspectives with what it means to live with HD for you and your family. So big thank you. I'm the not big, but long orange table in the back here. So please do come and say hello.
I'm last. But not least. Hey everybody, my name is BJ View. I come from an HD family, and about 4 years ago I started this company, HD Genetics, and we provide 2 core services. Most people know us for the first service, which is a virtual genetic testing and counseling option for anyone around the U.S. who's at risk for Huntington's. And then more recently, our second service helps connect people to research studies and clinical research opportunities. So if you don't know where to start, you can reach out to our team and we can get you connected to clinics near you. Thanks for having us.
Thank you all very much for being here, for supporting our event. And now I'm going to give the microphone to Anthony. I need all of our experts, you should know who you are, to come up here and sit in a chair.
You know who you are.
Restrooms, out the big double doors, left, right, left. Right behind the check-in table. Go back behind the registration table, turn left. Restroom is on the, ladies' room is on the right. Men's room is on the right too.
All right. Do we have everybody? Yeah, you guys good? Are we missing anybody? Let me see. No, I think that's it. I think we're good. All right, everybody. So now the Ask the Experts panel. I'll probably stand over here and float back and forth, but I have a list of questions here to kind of facilitate and kick us off. But this is a Q&A session, so feel free. I'll kind of walk around with a mic and give people the opportunity to ask questions. Hopefully that works. Oh, yes. Last but not least, seat right there for you. All right, so if we're ready, we'll get started. So our first question. As a caregiver, I struggle with asking for help. Do you have any advice on where I can start?
The mic instantly goes to me. Is it on?
It is,
so, yeah. So I introduced myself earlier, but the one thing I didn't say is I'm from a Huntington's family. My husband was diagnosed with Huntington's disease when we were very young. And so I was a caregiver, I said, all of my 20s and 30s. I know you guys don't think so, but I'm almost, 50, so I was abroad. I know. So yes, this question is incredibly hard to answer. So we came up at Help for HD with a publication. It was called How Can I Help You? So the one thing is that a lot of times as caregivers, people ask us, what can I do? What can I do? And the one thing I try to tell people is you're putting one more thing on us. Our day from the time we wake up until the time we go to sleep, if we get to go to sleep some days, we have a million things to think about and to care for and to do. So asking us this question puts one more thing on us. So we came up with a publication of different things that you can hand to people so they just know what to do. And I always tell people, don't ask a caregiver what you can do, just do it. Bring a sack of groceries and drop it on the front porch. Mow a lawn. Call us. Be our emergency contact in case something happens to us because our loved ones, then what are they going to do? That's a huge thing we don't think about until it's too late, and then we're in crisis mode, right? So we do have that publication. The second thing I would say is ask your community for help because they get it. So I know friends and family are so important, but they don't always get it, but your community does. And I cannot tell you how important it is to join a support group because they will be there for you when no one else is. And I was not a support group person. I'm like, no, I'm gonna do this on my own. And then I joined a support group and it was the best thing I did in my entire life. So, did that answer the question? Anyone?
So, any other comments? Okay. Before I go back to the list, thank you. Before I go back to the list, let's see if there are any questions in the audience. Just raise your hand. We've got a mic in the back. Okay. How can parents talk to their children about Huntington's disease in an age-appropriate and honest way?
As, again, even though the crow's feet say otherwise, I represent the youth. Speaking about Huntington's disease can be extremely daunting as a parent. I think all of us who care for someone else always want the best of intentions of protection and keeping them safe. And sometimes that makes us a little bit more scared to share about Huntington's disease. There is no wrong or right time, and I think that's a really important thing to think about. What we always suggest to get started with is you have to first understand, what are you scared of? What are your fears? What are your hopes? What are your stigmas that you're facing. Because if you don't address those first for you, it's very easy to put those on to people that you're first introducing and talking about Huntington's disease to. So you have to kind of set your own feelings and thoughts aside and then find conversational ways to start that. And that really depends on your child's personality, depends on their age. And so it's really by starting with small things. You may have noticed that grandma has changed a little bit. She has something called Huntington's disease. You may notice that we're going to the doctor more. You know, things that are more relatable for them. You don't have to sit there and say, Huntington's disease is a neurodegenerative disease that's kind of like having ALS, Parkinson's, and Alzheimer's wrap up into one. That's a lot of information to try to register and download. We have a pamphlet as well as our website that has a lot of conversation starters that are done by an age-appropriate way. But as guardians, as parents, you may see a child who sits there and says, okay, and they're good with that information. You may have people who say, tell me more, how can I help? And they may start to become a support for you even. And you may have people who retreat after talking about it. All of those things are okay. It's just their way of processing. Arming yourself with the information, having an open relationship, and being there for when they have those questions is the most important thing to do. But as Katie mentioned, you also need your own support. So as you're doing this, you are supporting someone who has Huntington's disease or is tested positive, as well as supporting a child grappling with the realities of what this could mean. So you as a caregiver, you as someone who is gene positive, symptomatic, everybody in this community needs to continue to support themselves so they can support others as well. But we're always here happy to talk through some of those resources as well.
What are some common misconceptions that families face when they get that first diagnosis?
Well, I think one thing that is really hard when you start learning about HD is, I think as a caregiver, you're really scared when you hear like all these symptoms they start throwing at you, right? And I want you to always remember, if you met one person with HD, you met one person with HD. All of our stories are different, but they all rhyme. But I think sometimes we get so overwhelmed with like, oh, neuropsychiatric, hallucinations, delusions, this and that. And so as caregivers and families, like we're always watching. My husband never had a hallucination or a delusion, but I was waiting for them every single day. So I think not misconceptions, I think from sometimes us getting too much information, but then not being told that this may not happen to us. We need to be alert, we need to be ready in case we can to keep ourselves and our loved ones protected, but it may not happen. I think that's one misconception. I think a misconception also is that, you know, we live the same lives as everyone else. We go to soccer games, we do the same things. We do have a little bit more challenges, but we live life as we should. Huntington's does not define you. It's going to make things challenging, for sure. But, you know, we still, my husband and I and our children, lived the best we could. And then I think, you know, I think there's so many, but did I hit the right thing?
No, I think you did, yeah.
I just wanted to share a little bit from the young person perspective. There's been a history of misconceptions that young people don't need the same amount of support. And that's just not true because, you know, as you think about the developmental cycle, everybody goes through adolescence, they go through those lovely teenage years. You go through these more independent years where you're talking about family planning, career choices. And at some time, you typically find out about Huntington's disease in that journey. And that looks very different from age 5 to 15 to 25 and 35 because there's so much happening behind the scenes. So sometimes we tend to forget about young people needing support because they start to get bombarded with pressures as well. And, you know, I'm going to kind of switch the word misconceptions to outside stigmas and pressures when you're thinking about you should get tested. You should, all of these shoulds that start to get piled onto people impacted gets extremely overwhelming, but it is your choice. All of these are your choices, and so being armed with that information is extremely important, but if you don't have that base of support underneath you, then you're not going to be prepared and ready to start intaking and absorbing all of that educational information to help you be the best decision maker for your journey.
Yeah, I couldn't emphasize that enough, right? You don't have to do this specific thing, right? Everybody's journey is different, and everybody comes to the journey from a different place, and there isn't a right answer necessarily.
And just real quick, I think it's funny that we're the experts because you guys are all the experts. So we live with it every day, right? You guys, so if you guys have any please let each other know, because I love these panels because we get to sit out with all of you and we learn more literally than typically the experts know.
Allison?
Oh, and I just wanted to add, you don't have to have all the answers all at once. As a lawyer, a lot of families ask me questions, and my answer most of the time is, it depends. What is your personal circumstance? What are steps 1 through 5 that we can figure out right now? Because if you try to do all of it immediately, it's not going to work. You're going to get overwhelmed. It's a lot. I talk to people all the time. I'm like, this is overwhelming. Let's take this one step at a time. You don't have to have everything figured out today. Sometimes the big thing is just figuring out the right questions or talking to the right people.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if it's a misconception or just existential dread, but when my mother was diagnosed, I was in high school, and that diagnosis, that was it. This is the end of my life. I have Huntington's disease. I'm sure of it. Every twitch, every forgotten thing, every mistake, I was sure this is the end. And it wasn't. And it took me a long time of kind of processing what had happened to me and my family. It wasn't that my future was gone. It was that my future was just a little bit different. And being around folks going through different stages of the journey and seeing that life does continue and you can have a very powerful and successful and love-filled life, that was definitely changing for me. Any other comments from the panel? No? All right, back to the audience. Any questions? Over here.
Thank you. My name is Duke, and my wife and I are from Goldsboro, North Carolina. My wife was diagnosed with Huntington's in 2015. She hasn't been back to work since 2021, but I noticed year after year she becomes less emotionally connected, and I feel like I'm more of a caregiver than a husband now, and I feel bad about that, and I just need some type of insight on the emotional connection between a husband and a wife.
I would love to sit with you in a corner, and then, for a couple hours after this panel. It's really hard. And we did a caregiver group last night, and we talked a lot about intimacy. And intimacy changes over the course of HD. And it's really hard to accept that I didn't sleep in the same bed as my husband for 7 years. But that was our reality. But we became intimate in different ways. I always say, the loss of the intimacy that was lost, there was a deeper love that was gained that most people that are married for 80 years often never find. Because I loved him in a different way than I think I even thought that my love changed, and it was so much stronger. It's not easy, it's hard not having that someone you can depend on as much, and you kind of walk this alone, you feel like. But so that's all I have to say. But I have a lot we can say one-on-one together. But I do think that is the hardest thing, is losing that intimacy and that person you fell in love with, and hearing I love you, but they do. It's just hard to articulate and say it for them. But like I said, your role has changed, and your role is very, very important. And your love is it's more than you even know. And when it's all said and done, you're going to realize that the love that you two have for each other is so unique and so beautiful. It's just different.
I just want to say thank you, Duke. That is a topic that I think so many people can resonate with, and the bravery it takes to say that. Thank you for that.
All right. Any questions in the audience? Okay. How does one start to find and build a care team? And Dr. Moore, maybe you could talk a little bit about this. What does the beginning kind of look like?
Sure. So
I didn't get to introduce myself before. I'm Dr. Katie Moore. I'm one of the neurologists at the Duke Center of Excellence for Huntington's disease. And I think the way that people build a healthcare team is very individualized. We have a lot of people who connect with our Center of Excellence for years before coming in through the doors and seeing Dr. Scott or myself, and so those people are connected with our social workers. You can get connected with HD Reach and their support team, and they can help connect you with local providers, you know, and who might be a good resource in the area. I do think it's important to, if you can't come to a Center of Excellence, at least have a neurologist who's able to help you and understand what's going on. As many of you will know, when you go to see the doctor, you often are the one explaining what Huntington's is. And it's nice to be in a place where they can explain to you what's going on and at least have a mutual understanding of what's happening with you. What we're able to offer at our Center of Excellence is a whole team of dedicated professionals. And so when I think about care for Huntington's and people with Huntington's and their families, it's not one-dimensional. And so one of the things that we have done is to bring that team together for you. So when you come to see us, you get to see one of the docs, at least one of the docs, and you'll see our teams. We have physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech therapy, all of which is important throughout the whole journey. We have our wonderful social work team who's able to help you navigate a lot of different kinds of problems. And we even have a chaplain who's part of our team who's not there to turn you into anything, but to help support you in the emotional and spiritual journey that is Huntington's disease. So who you bring onto your team is very important, but I think it's also important to know that it can be a broad range of people that can be helpful to circle around you and your family and support you through your journey.
And I just wanted to add on to that, because since we're going with team, we can use a sports analogy. You know, team members get traded. Sometimes your team is bigger, sometimes it's smaller. Your team should include a social worker, but it can include a lawyer. It can include all of the organizations in this room, HD Reach, Help for HD, HDSA, and it doesn't mean we're gonna be a consistent part of your journey, but it means at some point we should be part of your journey because we can help you access all of those resources and just be a connecting place for you. And really, as you get into this, there's so many ways everything interacts together. So the more people you feel safe talking to, the more people who can help you, the better.
Yeah, that's a perfect lead into my next question. Is it okay to get involved and then take a break?
Yes. Next question. No. So you are living life, and there's going to be times when you feel like you have enough energy and want and desire to give back, to volunteer, to share your story, but it's also fine to retreat. One of my friends who is moving into the later stages of HD always talks about her spoons of energy. So each day she's given 12 spoons of energy. Sometimes brushing her teeth takes 3 spoons instead of a half of spoon. Sometimes she doesn't have a good night's sleep, so even getting out of bed, getting ready for the day, she may use all of her spoons before lunchtime. Then she either has to make that decision of pulling into the next day's worth of energy to keep going with that day or to take a break. That happens with HD, it happens as a caregiver, it happens in any kind of retrospect. So do what is best for you. Don't feel like you have to overcommit. It is fine to retreat. It is fine to take a break. It's fine to have that time to just be and have that respite. So we encourage you to get involved, and Katie and I will talk about that in a session later today. But it's also about what works best for you, and if you need to have that time off, take the time off. It's totally fine.
I'll just add too, from a accessing medical care perspective, we do have patients that say you're at risk for Huntington's and you want to check in and talk about genetic testing or talk about, I have this twitch or what could this possibly mean. It's totally fine to come in and see us and then wait a few years and maybe come back. Once you've come in to see a doctor, it doesn't mean that you're necessarily going to be coming in, terribly often. So it's okay to kind of come in and out of that space as well as you need.
Years ago, I was my mother's caretaker, and I was facing a similar situation. I was feeling burned out. I was trying to support the organizations that were providing her support, and I kind of steeped myself in Huntington's disease constantly. It was everywhere around me. And somebody said something to me once that really stuck with me. You're in a plane, there's turbulence, those masks come down from above you. What do they tell you when you're on that plane? You need to put that mask on yourself first, because there's nothing that you can do if you're not in a place to provide that support and care. So think about that when you're trying to find that respite. Take that break, re-energize yourself. There's a lot of calms between storms in this community, right? And when you have that calm, give yourself some grace, be patient with yourself, re-energize yourself, because you're going to go right back to it. We all do, right? So take that time. All right. Questions? No hands? Okay. Let's see. This one's for you, Victoria. Can you talk a little bit about the trials that HSG is involved in right now and how folks can get more involved in supporting?
So at HSG, one of our goals is supporting research, all research that's going on. We support individuals who are looking for research and help guide them, whether or not we're actually participating in running the trial or not. We are actively involved in a lot of the research that's going on today, but I think the best advice I could give anyone is, if you're interested in research, start looking at clinicaltrials.gov, go to HDBuzz, HDSA. HDSA has a wonderful explanation of all of the research and different types of research available, from interventional studies that involve treatment to observational studies where you can enroll in Enroll HD, which is a long-term observational study gathering data, or HSG, we have My HD Story. It is a observational, it's a study that you can participate from the comfort of your own home. So you're answering questions, working through the internet, giving some insight into your experience and how you live with HD. And that information helps us guide pharmaceutical companies and different companies on how to build their trials, how to make their studies work with the patients that they're studying, basically. So,
Dr. Moore, can you talk a little bit about the role of Duke in trials and executing them and all the things?
All the things. Okay. Seatbelts on, everybody. So as a Center of Excellence and a group of team members who are very interested in improving the care of people with Huntington's, we are involved in clinical trials. And right now we have Enroll HD, which we're very active in. We also have close collaboration with the iMind trial, which is some ophthalmologists at Duke who are working on using basically pictures of the back of the eye to help better diagnose and track diseases like Huntington's. And we'll be starting a new interventional clinical trial soon. So that's something we're very active in. We've also been really privileged to receive support from HSG for one of our fellows. So a big thing that I work on is bringing on new docs who are interested in HD so that we can improve care in that way. And we've been really privileged to receive financial support for him and his training and his research for the upcoming academic year. So there's many different ways that we are trying to support research and moving people forward. So for Dr. Hayden, who's our fellow, we're going to train him for another 15 months or so, and then he's going to take off and do his own research for HD2. So that is all kind of intertwined together in our center.
Yeah, that's great. And if a family comes to the clinic and they're interested in getting involved in a clinical trial, but maybe they're not the right fit for the trials happening at the clinic, do you still provide guidance and help them access? Oh, I'm sorry.
What would it cost me or my family to visit your clinic personally and out of pocket, and what would it cost me to enroll in a research study?
Good question. One of the things that doctors don't know is how much things cost. Okay? But what I can tell you is that no clinical trial should cost you money. If someone is asking you for money to participate in a clinical trial, run away. Okay? So one of the things about our team at the Duke clinics is they can help you understand before you arrive what your clinic visit will cost. So you can always reach out to the clinic and they can say, okay, well, what kind of insurance do you have? We certainly take uninsured patients, but what insurance do you have? What will that look like for you? But we're really good about taking insurance. But yeah, for clinical trials, there usually is compensation in the other direction. Right, you're not paying for clinical trials. Now, one of the things about enrolling in trials that is closely monitored by different groups that make sure that clinical trials are fair is that you're not going to get thousands and thousands of dollars for participating in clinical trials, right? Then, but they should help compensate for your time and your travel. So it's not a money-making enterprise, but you're certainly not cashing, turning over any cash.
Can I add to that real quick? So my husband and I, when he was alive, and my children, we've been in 11 clinical trials and studies. And one thing that's really interesting is when we started doing clinical trials, and I was a curator in my HD story. My dear friend Irish Olson and Karen Anderson had me curate that study, and how important I didn't realize us participating in this type of research was. Until I became a curator, and I'm like, wow, this is like really important for the FDA and for AI learning and for us to expedite drug development in the future. So back to my point, getting involved in a clinical trial is like, right now it sounds really appealing, right? Like back when we were looking at fish oil, blueberries. I've been an advocate for HD for 20 years. Yeah, blueberries. Now we're looking at gene therapies. We're looking at disease life-changing therapies. But it takes so much more than us popping a fish oil pill like that my husband did as our first trial, right? And so I think the one thing that I wish someone told me about clinical trials when I first started was how much preparation you need. Because my first trial that we went into, I believe it was CoQ10 enzyme, we got the drug, all the money was spent, and we did not retain that trial. And now, knowing what I know now, I feel horrible that we didn't retain that trial. But we were not prepared enough, and it was so much stress on my husband and myself, driving to the university, the huge VA, finding parking, paying for parking. Even though we were reimbursed, we still had to put the money out. And it was just overwhelming. My husband came home and had behaviors for 2 days. It just rocked him. And then, so what did that do? That rocked me. And so I couldn't handle it. But then what I realized after doing multiple trials was if I was prepared, right? I brought food, I brought his favorite drinks, I brought his hurry up and wait time, because a clinical trial, they're gonna hurry you up and then they're gonna wait you for 3 hours. And then they're gonna hurry you up and they're gonna wait you for 3 hours. And so crossword puzzles, iPads, like anything I could do for me and my husband just to spend some time. Like, we don't have our kids. This is awesome. Even though we're in a VA, like, let's talk. I tried to figure out ways to make it successful, because that is the most important thing. And I think we've gotten really good as organizations and our industry partners at doing better at preparing people for clinical trials than they did 20 years ago. But we still have work to do. So I think definitely, and then I think also if you're in a position, and let you know, if you feel like you can no longer retain a clinical trial, that is your right. You can. You don't have to if it's too much. But I also would talk to your clinical trial coordinator, because there are things that they can do to support you further to help you keep going. Like if it's a financial strain, right? Like, I can't keep prepaying for these hotel rooms and getting reimbursed. That is not financially okay for me. Then maybe that clinical coordinator can go to the trial sponsor and say, look, we need to prepay for this hotel for them. And that's the way we're going to keep them in the trial. Advocate for yourself. You're the best person to do it. So, sorry.
So back to your question about clinical trials at Duke. No, that was really good, because I think it is important, and one of the things I was going to say is really working with us or whoever your HD doc is to say, well, what do these clinical trials mean? What's involved? What am I going to have to put in on my side? Because once you're in a clinical trial, gosh, we really want you to complete the whole thing, right? Again, you have the right to step away from that, but it messes with the numbers, essentially. So the other exciting thing, for just to say out loud, is there's so many clinical trials in HD right now, and that is a big change from what has been in the past. And so not every center is going to have every clinical trial, right? But we collaborate with each other. We're always talking behind the scenes, hey, we're enrolling in this, can you send us patients? You know, this is a very collaborative group. And so if you come to our clinic, you may see flyers from UVA and Vanderbilt and things that they are working on. And then there's a huge variety in what clinical trials can look like. It can look like a survey that you're filling out at home on your computer, all the way to brain surgeries and different things like that. So it's a wide array of what that can look like, and your doctor should be able to talk through, what are when you say research, what do you mean? What are your expectations? What are the things that you're looking to do and to participate in? And it might be a good idea to start out with a survey and not going directly to some of these more involved clinical trials. Like dip your toes in and see what works for you. And then one of the things that we do consistently is direct people to the resources that we're mentioning before, clinicaltrials.gov, Clinical Trial Finder, all of these things, so that you can look and see what's the best fit for you. And finally, I'll say, if you say, hey, doc, I found this study online, or someone told me about this, it's not here at Duke, can you look at it with me? We are happy to do that and help to walk through and be kind of a neutral party to say, all right, well, this is what this is for, this is what I think are the things to ask the coordinator about, and that kind of thing, to help us all work together to make sure these clinical trials are a potentially good fit for you.
Thank you so much. And if you didn't know, here's my HD Reach plug. If you didn't know, HD Reach has relationships with pretty much every HD care center in the region. So it could be Vanderbilt, it could be Duke, it could be Wake Med, it could be UNC, it could be USC down in Columbia. If we don't have the answers, we can point you to the people that do. So, HD Reach is definitely part of that sort of ecosystem to help you all navigate. All right, in the back here. Sorry, Grant.
Hi, thank you for being here today. My question about clinical trials are most of them or all of them for symptomatic patients? Or are there any out there for our young family members who haven't shown any symptoms yet, but they know that they have HD?
So one of the things that gets challenging with going like early disease, thinking of the pre-symptomatic or prodromal, is that we still need more work to understand some of those small nuances of how to measure that change. Traditionally, some of the biomarkers that are used, some of the measurements are used, have traditionally focused on more of the chorea symptoms, but we know that there are so many other small changes that are happening. What we're seeing is that investigators are starting to look earlier in the disease progression, but participating in things like Enroll HD is extremely important. They're going to be unveiling a next step of Enroll HD called Enroll 2.0 that is really going to be targeting better understanding the early changes that can happen in Huntington's disease. Because right now we just don't know enough. And for clinical trials, you need to be able to show fast efficacy, which means that the therapy is, one, safe, but then two, is doing what's intended. And if you don't have a way to show that quickly, then that's when you get into, what is the ethics of having a very long, drawn-out clinical trial if you're doing that over the course of someone's 10-year journey versus knowing that quicker. I will also share that out of UCL, which is a University College London, Dr. Sarah Tabrizi's lab has been doing the HD young adult study, and it's an observational study that they've been doing now for, I think, 4 years. They showed their 4-year data where they've been able to look at some small changes within the brain in the putamen of how, putamen, if I can say it correctly, of how some of these things are changing. So their hope is in that the next couple of years, there could be a therapy that's already developed now that they could then move into this population of either early symptoms or, ideally pre-symptomatic once we know that someone is gene positive, to have that intervention as soon as possible, just not quite ready yet. With that, some of the regulatory agencies want to make sure the safety profile is there when they're looking at going into people who don't have measurable symptoms yet. So there's a lot to be discovered there, but we're moving into that direction. Of course, it's never soon enough, but things are moving in that way right now. But I would really strongly suggest to pay attention to what's happening with this next stage of Enroll 2.0, because if we have more and more people participating, then that will show more and more data that we can hopefully pull from to get to that next step faster.
Any other comments? Perfect.
Never.
Try again.
All right, good morning. My name is Grant T. Haven. My wife has Huntington's, 2 kids at risk. Duke, just to let you know, I'm in New Bern, right down the road from you, so if you ever need anything, let me know. So my question is, advocacy has become really my way of getting power back in a powerless situation. Through that journey, I've learned, there's been a lot of frustration. I've found a lot of gaps, and my focus has been on more long-term care, small communities. North Carolina has a lot of tiny communities, and the resources you get from Raleigh, Winston-Salem, Charlotte, et cetera, you're not going to get in places like New Bern. So this is, a focus of my effort with making things better there. So my question is for you from an advocacy standpoint, because I feel it's always good for us as advocates to reflect and have some constructive criticism ultimately. Where do you, in each of your opinions, find from an advocacy standpoint, whether that's in your individual lanes or across the spectrum of advocacy, things need to be better? Like collectively, we need to do better within the advocacy world, or within your specific focuses, we could do better. Just, I guess, down the line of what you think.
We definitely could do better. Like, there's no doubt. I think that one, listening to you, just like what you said, and us actually taking the time and sitting with you and listening and figuring out. I will tell you, I just got back from Genentech. I spent 3 days there at a conference. I actually only did 2. It was a 3-day conference, and we talked about burnout in advocacy. And it is true, we're small, we're low funded, compared for what we have to do, right? And so we're all just kind of grasping on like the best we can do with the resources we have. So I think, though, when we have people like you coming and saying, look, I'm going to do the footwork beside you, we're like, okay, great. Like, as long as but as far as funding's really hard to start these new programs, just to be completely honest, for someone, a small one like us. And I'm sure we're all small in HD, unfortunately. We're not like, like the Alzheimer's or Cancer Association, right? We're all doing the best we can. But I think partnerships, I think another thing that's been really important, for the first time ever, you have seen your nonprofits come together and work together for the first time in history. And I think that is because the leadership is so wonderful. No, I'm kidding. But I do think, and you've never seen this in history. So we are talking and we are communicating. We're trying to find collaboration together on how we could be stronger and how we could be better. But the key is you. Right? So come to us, talk to us, and let's figure it out together. Because sometimes the gaps, we actually don't even know about regional gaps sometimes, Not that we could do a ton of things. You guys are so lucky to have HD Reach. I wish every single state had an HD Reach, man. But yeah, I definitely think talk to us, please.
One thing I'll just say really quick is your story really matters. And your story really matters to your elected officials, okay? So find out their phone number, call, and leave a message with their answering machine or their assistant, and you would be surprised how much you can move the needle by telling your story. So that's something that is, can feel like a big ask. I don't like getting on the phone, but that kind of thing can be really important, and it's, I think, achievable for each of us, right? We want to do these big things. We want to change the care that's available in small communities. I'm a Raleigh girl, I get it, right? But I think it's important to know that each of your stories is really important, and they are there to listen, so call them.
And one of the things that's really important to talk about with this conversation of advocacy is actually so many different things. Like, advocacy is an incredibly broad definition. Like, what we're doing at the federal level is different advocacy than what people can do on a day-to-day level, because the reality is, when you are part of a rare disease community like Huntington's disease, every day of the rest of your life, you are advocating for yourself, your loved one, and your community. And so it's also like, what are your goals? Are you trying to educate a local long-term care facility about what Huntington's disease is so they will take HD patients? And we want that feedback so we can help create those resources, have those conversations. Like advocacy, that is really one of the things that Help for HD is doing, and that we're trying to do more too, is like talking to local police departments. Like that is also advocacy. And so figuring out what your like smaller goals are and part of these whole bigger goals that we're also talking about, so we can help give you those tools and have those conversations. Because for most people, advocacy is not something they inherently know. It's something that has to be learned and taught and practiced.
From our perspective, we are international too. So we do a lot of advocacy work, and one of the biggest things that we do is to have young people have a seat at the table. We still face that constantly, where people say, it's not affecting you right now, don't worry about it, or it's not as important for you, and that's just not correct. I mean, the conversation about pre-symptomatic research participation, the fact of, let's talk about health inequities in the US, then you add in the global perspective of that, lack of diversity, lack of support systems, lack of people's willingness and inability to share stories because of real stigmas and fears that exist that also happen in the US, but talking about it globally as well. So a lot of the work, when you see us in our May campaigns, we're not advocating for a lot of what you would say like traditional advocacy or that big A advocacy. We're arguing for a seat at the table because we hear it quite often that young people don't matter as much, which is just simply not true. So we continue to share those voices of how they're impacted through the work with us and our partners. Yeah, that's a really tough one. I think community building is the first step to that. There are so many people who have experienced that hearing those peer-to-peer experiences and thoughts are really important, because like we talked about getting involved, it's fine to take a step back. So where can you spend your time is a personal decision, but I think it's helpful to talk with other people. There are some side groups like HD PACE where they're looking at creating a movement specifically that's run by community members that are like early symptomatic or pre-symptomatic or things like that are doing a lot of really great work, but you can't really find that until you make that connection, you start to meet people. And so by being here, it's really great because you're getting to meet people and do those things. I say follow along on social media, see who is exciting to watch, what organizations are out there, what group chats are available, because then you'll continue to start meeting more and more people. But that's a really hard thing, and unfortunately it's a very personal choice because that balance will look differently at each point in your time, and other opportunities may come up that you're like, yes, I want to get involved with this, or no, maybe not right now. So I think it's through those personal connections and just kind of working through it and learning with what works best for you.
I also think like what we said continuously is your voice is so important in every advocacy, like because caregivers, we overrun you. We will every day of the week. We stand up and we're super loud, and your guys' voice is so much more important and impactful. I remember when my husband stood up in front of a government agency and we got $1.9 million for stem cell research for Huntington's, and I swear it was because of his testimony, not mine. So please, if you have a desire, you have a background, please come join us because we need you.
Victoria, what do you think as it relates to clinical trials and that landscape?
Well, I think as far as advocacy, there's a gap in research in terms of we're aware of the patient burden, we're aware of the site burden, and one of the things that we do at HSG is really work with our industry partners and our academic partners to be mindful and appreciate
what we're asking patients and asking sites to do in terms of time, in terms of commitment. And so we do whatever we can when we're reading through these protocols to say, hey, I think we could try this to help ease the burden on patients. Or I think we can look at how can we separate these visits, or how can we combine these visits, or have you considered doing XYZ to make it something the patient or the site can do more easily and have greater outcomes and participation and commitment.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
I have a question about research in general. I'm part of an HD family, and obviously we're a small group of, like, there aren't a lot of Huntington's disease individuals in the world, right? Not even in our country. I think we can, almost all the active HT folks could sit inside the Ohio State Stadium 3 times. Maybe not, my numbers may be wrong. But there are research sites wanting to do research. There's drug companies wanting to do, find the medicine that helps slow it down. Ideally, one day, it's a chronic disease, and we live with a chronic disease, like diabetes, but it's not a death sentence. From the moment you get told you have Huntington's, and you're like, okay, in 15 years, right, your life sucks, or you're dead. So from a family member, when we talk about how do you go find a research trial, because without HD patients supporting your trial, there's no trial, and there's not a cure. So I've heard, look at HSG, look at HD Buzz, look at HDSA, look at clinicaltrials.gov, look at HD Reach. That's a lot to say to someone who wants to be a part of a trial, but that's already managing issues at home, full-time work. Maybe they're not savvy on a computer. Maybe they just can't handle being out there and all the community things. Where's that one place that you can go that, or maybe it's here next time, where there's a pamphlet that says, these are the trials out there. This is a family member trial. This is a patient trial. This is a gene therapy trial. This is a symptomatic trial. Where can it be a little bit more altogether to take the onus off the family? I hope that makes sense.
I think one thing, so there's a couple of different things. There are a lot, you're right, there's a lot of acronyms, there's a lot of organizations. A lot of people build trust within the people who are running those things. So you might see somebody who has an affinity to follow and participate with one organization at a time. So that becomes their one source. I think one of the biggest things is, and this is specifically for people who have the ability to go to a neurologist, is finding a neurologist who's going to fight for you and help bridge that gap for you, because they know from the medical side of things, what are some trials that this individual could participate in or may be a good fit for that. So one thing that I always encourage people speaking with their medical team or their support team is saying, I'm very interested in continuing to learn about what trials are out there. I need you to help me try to cipher that down a little bit to understand what would be a good fit medically. And then you can gain that support from the associations and social workers on, what does this mean for me individually on top of what the science says. So there's a lot of options, and a lot of things we're talking about are a lot of options, but it's important to build that support system around you that you feel comfortable asking those questions, you feel like are going to keep you informed, fight for you, give you those options, so then all of those options really get narrowed down into a much more manageable team, because it is extremely overwhelming with the amount of information that's out there. But we're all there to help you as individuals find out what works best for you.
And
we have a couple more minutes for a couple more questions. Are there any in the audience? Oh, perfect. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I just want
to circle back to advocacy because there's a huge group of advocates here. And there is training within HDSA. If you go to their webpage and you go down to one of the pull-down menus, there's a whole section devoted to advocacy. Shirley Hughes here is the state captain for North Carolina, and she and I have both undergone the formal training with Phyllis Foxworth. And this year, Phyllis is doing a virtual training, so you don't even have to leave your home. And so please come talk to us. We also have flyers. Ann Elizabeth has flyers at the HDSA table. So we love to have more help. Okay.
Let me just add one thing. So I'm the state advocacy captain, Joyce Serino from South Carolina. So if you live in South Carolina, come and see me. But let me tell you that you don't have to do everything that Shirley and Marty and I are doing. All you have to do is get in contact with them so they can send you a message when it's time to send a message to your senator. It can be as simple as that. You can do it from your bedroom or your living room couch or whatever you want to do. It's as simple as sending a message. We'll compose the message for you. All you have to do is put your name on it. It's really, really simple.
Yeah. Yeah, and I would say, you know, advocacy looks very different across the board, right? But I think one of the themes that you may have picked up on is storytelling. You know, we all have a story. We've all experienced this community in different ways. And, you know, I know it takes a lot of courage to be forthcoming about your own journey or what you're going through at any given time. But what I have found is when I reveal my status, my risk status, my involvement, the way my mother died, I send an article or I send a link to the HD Reach website, what I find is that I'm surprised. I'm surrounded by other advocates who had no idea that I walked among them. If you can activate the people in your immediate sphere and tell them your story, they can tell your story to others, and that network effect is how we identify and find and bring in the rest of the people that we can't see for whatever reason. You know, storytelling is really powerful, and it's what moves people emotionally to support you, and it humanizes what we're all going through, right? And yeah, so just emphasize that a lot.
One more comment and one more question. Hi, Shirley Hughes. I just want to say someone made a comment about referencing kind of feeling alone and the word rare. You know, I really don't like the word rare because I feel like our numbers are so much larger than what they're recorded because of the stigma. I've been in that place before. I was my mom's caregiver until just a couple of years ago. She did not have HD. It stems from my father's side of the family. But when I got to a place that I had to focus on me, children were grown, I started looking at the letters, you know, HSG, HDSA, you know, HD Reach, you know, like what do they all mean? And you know, they are all so important. They come together and each one has their specialization. I'm in Eastern North Carolina, so trying to spread services to Eastern North Carolina. If you don't have time to go to some of the conferences, you reach out to the people. My name's on the HDSA website, it's on the HD Reach website. If I can't help you because of location, I will get you to the people that can help you, okay? But you are not alone, okay?
One thing Thanks, you Shirley. guys asked, and I just wanted to circle back about the clinical trials, is Dr. Moore right here is your best resource. Be careful of clinicaltrials.gov because we have everyone trying to figure out their CAP scores right now. Because they went on clinicaltrials.gov, they're really excited about Novartis, they're really excited about Genentech. What's my CAP score? Oh look, I get to be in this trial. I'm like, did you guys look at TFC? Did you do this? They know, your doctor knows, and the disappointment you're gonna feel when you think you're included because clinicaltrials.gov made you think you were included, and then you see your clinical trial coordinator and they tell you you don't qualify, you don't wanna have to go through that. So work with your medical team when it comes to clinical trials from day one.
All right. So I'm going to, one more question. Yeah, I think our closing question. So, you know, first, I'd love to thank you all. You know, your expertise and your guidance is always welcome, and we can't thank you enough. You know, a closing question, I'm going to try and kind of do it like Hot Ones, if you guys are familiar with the talk show. Uh-oh. One moment.
That was the exit.
The lawyers at Hot Ones heard me. You know. All right, cameras over here, people across the board. What's one thing that gives you hope as you sit here today with us? Yeah, Betsy's yelling at us, so.
Every single person in this room. I am not from an HD family. I had no knowledge of this before I started working at a little nonprofit helping HD families. But it's this community. I have truly fallen in love with this community, and I want to stay in it for as long as possible because every single day that I get to work with everyone here is a gift.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Yeah, I think community is the big word. Again, we all need it. We're all here for each other. You only learn because of everybody in this room. You only feel supported because of everybody in this room and beyond. But we do what we do because of you. And so just thank you all for allowing us to be here.
So since they stole you guys, I'm going to say that what gives me hope is our industry partners. We never in history have had these names in HD, Novartis, we have Teva, we have these wonderful, huge industry partners now. Prolinia, never giving up on us. We're going again. I am thankful that they take a chance on us and they don't give up on us and they keep going. And so because they stole you guys, I'm going to go to our industry. Our industry partners give me hope that one day we will be a treatable disease and hopefully a curable disease because of all the efforts we've done for so long. We're not looking at fish oil anymore, guys, or blueberries. Thank goodness.
So I'm going to try to give a novel answer. I agree with everything here, but as in my perspective as a physician and a medical educator who works a lot with high schoolers, college students, medical students, residents, and fellows, I can tell you that there is a growing interest in medical trainees in Huntington's disease. And that is a wonderful thing. We've talked before about the scholarship that has been made available this year for Huntington's interested trainees. And it's something that I personally am really passionate about, bringing on these young, intelligent, excited minds to be a part of this family together.
I would have to say the one thing that gives me hope is the question for the longest time is, can we treat the disease? Can we do anything? We know we can. Now we know that. That is huge. It's just now we have to figure out when's the best time. How do we do it the most effective way? Mm-hmm. But going from can to how and when is monumental.
Oh, that's perfect. The one thing that gives me hope, I'm going to nerd out a little bit, unlike diseases like Alzheimer's disease or cancer, which are polygenic, right? Multiple genes all working in a constellation to activate those diseases. As far as we know, Huntington's disease is monogenic, which makes it really interesting as a starting point for gene therapies. And it's one of the reasons that I believe in continued funding and research to get this to a treatable disease, to potentially find a cure someday, because it's a stepping stone to so many other disease treatments like Alzheimer's and other things like that. So it gives me a lot of confidence that, research, trials, they're not going away until we solve this. So really excited. With that, I know Betsy, I can feel her eyes staring in the back of my head. Let's thank our panelists one more time.
Thank you, Anthony, for moderating. He doesn't get to nerd out much at board meetings, so this was really important for him, I've never even heard of monogenic. Anyway, just a few brief announcements. We're almost ready for lunch. I just want to set the stage. Don't forget our raffle tickets. All of our young people seem to have made it down from upstairs fine. Your passports, don't forget that. When you turn it in, when we do the raffle drawing later on, we will be pulling from those completed passports, and there's a whole table full of prizes that you get to pick from. So turn in your passport. Photos, I haven't seen anybody standing at the Reach for Hope blinky thing there. That's our Light Up for HD for our May celebrations. We also have signs. We have yard signs. Melissa, you're supposed to be selling the yard signs. We have them for sale if you didn't already order one. They're very fun. I want to say thank you to Dana for her attempt to bring our therapy horse this afternoon. Her horse got sick. So we don't have the therapy horse this afternoon, but we're working on a theme for next year for pet therapy and our Friday night celebration, so be ready for that. You can come again next year. But I wanted to say thank you to Dana and Five Hearts for the attempt. Also, our raffle drawing is going to be at 3:45, not 4, so ignore the signs. 3:45, when you're done with your second sessions upstairs, everybody will come down here because we don't have the horse to go visit. So we're going to do our raffle drawing sooner. And then before I forget, because I'll forget later on, if any of you are hanging around in town or staying over one more night, we are going to gather at Fortnight Brewing for a little refreshment after this event. So you are all welcome to join us. Fortnight is just up the street there. It's very close. It's a very fun place to sit and have a beer, but I don't drink beer. But, you know. So, real quickly, Lauren and Edgar, come on out of the kitchen. That's far enough. I just want to have a special thank you to Lauren, who is a board member, to Edgar, and all of their work with all of the food. Breakfast, lunch, snacks, they're amazing, and thank you.
Hi, everybody. Ooh, that was loud. Betsy just yelled at me, so I think we have to get started.
Okay.
That Betsy. It's like it's her show or something. Well, let's go ahead and get started in here. So just to make sure you're in the right spot, we're going to be talking about social connections and community building. There's lots of other sessions going on upstairs. So Kelly is in the back. She's leaving right here. She can help point you if you're wanting to go to some of the other sessions. But yeah, so we've already introduced ourselves, but just as a reminder, I'm Jenna. I'm with HDYO.
And I am Katie Jackson. I'm with Help for HD.
Yeah. So we want this to be interactive. So as we go through these things, if you have questions or you want to learn something different, let us know. We can be flexible. We just wanted to put some things together as a way for people, especially as you're going through making those connections, figuring out how to get involved, understanding what your own personal journey looks like. We wanted to cover some of these. And I think some of the questions from this morning's panel were really great because it leans itself into some of these topics. Ooh. There we go. Yeah, so this is us.
I may have put one or two more pictures in you, my bad.
I know, I haven't updated it. That's not a beer. So my name is Jenna. I don't come from an HD family. My background is in patient and community advocacy. I joined HDYO 5 years ago. But what's so amazing, and you heard that this morning too, is that the embrace from the HD community has just been phenomenal. So while coming in, I did not have a genetic relationship to HD. Leading our ambassador program, working with our partners, it is a part of my life. I personally live in Kansas City. So if you hate the Chiefs, sorry. If you like them, let's talk. I have a little kiddo at home who's 7 now. She's crazy. And a lovely husband. And we're the all-American family with no problems at all. Katie, your turn. Just kidding.
I'm kind of the same. No, so this is, I'm Katie Jackson with Help for HD International. I am an HD family member. My husband passed away 8 years ago in August from Huntington's disease after a 14-year battle. I do have children at risk. And my husband and I started advocating right off the beginning, right off the bat. We fell into a wonderful center of excellence, UC Davis, and they basically got us into research on day one. We started doing research. We then started advocating in very different ways together. So I miss advocating with him side by side, but before he died, he said, you gotta keep advocating to save our kids. And I made him a promise, and I've kept that promise even though I haven't gotten sleep in 16 years. But yeah, so this is real quick, just for a couple shots out. That's my husband that passed away in the middle, and our 3 children when they were very young. My husband, Mike. And my kids, Madison, Macy, and Cooper. Madison's 23, Cooper is 20, and Macy's 14. And this is like some of my advocacy with stem cell research advocacy. This is where we funded research benches with different projects we've done, and then our law enforcement education with some of my team and board members. This was us filming our first documentary about juvenile Huntington's disease that won 29 film festival awards. This is us in Washington, D.C. in front of the White House when we were advocating for the FDA starting back in 2015 is when I started working with the FDA in advocacy. And that is my sidekick, my partner in crime, my soulmate, Katrina Hamill. Are we live? Yeah. I don't want her to hear a compliment like that.
Erase.
Yeah, so she is my partner in crime. You don't usually see Katrina without Katie or Katie without Katrina. She's from an HD family as well. She tested negative, but was her mom and brother's caregiver. And then finally, my current husband and my 2 children at the top, and his name is also Michael. just kind of happened like that. And him and I met through him advocating side by side with me with Help for HD International, actually for my husband, who is the only person he knew with HD. Somehow, we wonderfully ended up together, and we've been married for about a year now.
Yeah. So we wanted to break down some of the things to consider when getting involved, and we talked a little bit about that this morning. There's so much power in talking with someone who just gets it. You know, we used the word rare this morning, and one of the things that's hard when you come from a disease that's considered rare is it's very easy to feel like you stick out of the crowd. You're either isolated, you don't want to talk about it, or you try to talk about it and people just don't understand it. So getting involved is a way to kind of bridge that connection in a way that's comfortable for you. And that comfortability can change, and we'll talk through that. But there's so much power in finding community and feeling heard, you know, and we'll break through the different steps based off of that comfortability. But there is a huge benefit to that. I know, Katie, you getting involved from your own journey and then seeing how it really impacts others, you just see the night and day difference. And it's not like we solve problems differently, it's just that you have that support, that backer for your journey. So one thing to really think about is, what are your fears and concerns with getting involved and stepping forward? There's a lot of stigma that comes with HD. So is it the fear of someone else having opinions about you? Is it you don't have enough time? Some things that we hear about in this community is there's so many different relationships to HD. We hear imposter syndrome a lot. So imposter syndrome can come for people who even test negative. You know, do I have a right to share my story if I test negative? If I'm adopted, if I'm an extended family member, you know, there's so many different things that people can feel like with that. If you're at risk, you know, I don't really understand what my place is yet. If you're gene positive, then maybe it's harder to share your story. Maybe you're fearful of even some discrimination out there. Same thing with symptomatic. You know, all of these different feelings are really challenging. And I want to highlight the ones at the bottom. You know, that fear of sounding stupid or silly is a big one. You know, you are the owner of your journey, so you never will, but that's also a big fear when you start to talk about it. And you also have some situations to where maybe your family isn't open about Huntington's disease. So how do you share about it in a way that's meaningful for you that doesn't necessarily out the experiences of your whole family? So whatever your fears are, it's important to get those out on the table. So then you can start to analyze, what does getting involved look like for you? So things to consider, things like, how much time do I want to give? And this is important, that getting involved comes with different steps, and we'll go through those. So when you get involved, sometimes it's like, okay, I'm giving myself to this organization or to this cause. But you also are going to be getting a lot back into it, and you need to get involved in a way that you are getting back from that. But there is a time commitment. So thinking about, what's your time commitment? What are your strengths, and how do you want to utilize those? What's your comfortability level sharing about HD? What are your goals for getting engaged? And how will you most feel safe about getting involved? Katie, you shared that you guys just like jumped into the pool. So like, what was that thought process for you like?
We did. We jumped in the pool and then we pulled back. And that's that HD burnout and that HD break that needs to happen. It like consumed our whole life, and we realized like my husband's life was going to be short. And we had to live, we had to travel, we had to do stuff. So we went in full force. We were talking to the FDA. We were, you know, the first patient listening session ever for Huntington's disease, which is called a PFDD with the FDA. I was patient one, panel one. I put together that meeting with the FDA when I was very young. I'm older now. And so I helped, when Judy Roberson, they started it, then I went in and I helped the FDA, and we structured that first meeting ever. And so I went in full force like that, was working with regulatory, and then that takes so much time, and I realized so much time was lost. So I did have to pull back. So I think that one thing that we've talked about this morning, it's really important not to make advocacy become your whole life. It doesn't need to be your whole life. You still have a life. It's just, but it does really help as far as the support. You actually are going to get more back through advocacy than you're going to give, believe it or not.
And I think it's important to also reiterate the differences of advocacy. Advocacy is a big word that means a lot of different things. I like to talk about it like big A advocacy. What Katie was talking about was big A advocacy. That's advocating so outwardly through these different movements, going to the FDA, writing your senators, your legislators, all of those kinds of things. There's also the little a advocacy, which is advocating for my own self and my own needs. And so advocacy has these different spectrums too. So I think the cool thing is that you all get to decide what that looks like, and that may change, and that's okay. But even advocating for yourself is a huge, important thing too.
That's like the big A. I like that you said big A level. Well, swipe it.
Swipe it.
But yeah, no, but it is true. We don't often think about self-advocacy as important, but it is actually the most important thing. I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's talk a little bit more about this. So you might know that one, Melissa. She's crazy. There are different spectrums of getting involved. So we wanted to just share a little bit about some of those ways. And while Katie talked about like jumping feet first into the pool, sometimes you just want to dip your toe a little bit and try some things out. So that's what this slide is really looking at. So one thing to talk about is like talking about HD in your close inner circle. That's a big step. It's kind of a good way to test it out, to see what are their questions, how did that make you feel, do you feel comfortable sharing this out a little bit more outwardly. People say the dumbest things sometimes out of the best of intentions. So this is a good way to start with some of your close friends, so then that way you can really understand what that's like.
And Jenna, can I step in?
Yeah, please.
We actually, for that, in Health for HD, we have HD Trivia. We started it years ago, and we did start it for these opening conversations with family and friends about HD. And so there's different sections. So it's like, what is HD, but also who are the Guthries? Like, so some of it's fun, HD Trivia, like about our history, where the gene was found, when the gene was found. And so that's also, if you guys need that opening conversation, sometimes that just kind of guides, and then that, one question will lead into the deeper stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. We're assured about HD. It's amazing that if you go in and you're at the airport or at the grocery store, you wear a shirt about HD, that lends itself to open conversations. But, everybody got a shirt today, so even if you're not from an HD family, but that gives you an opportunity to say Huntington's disease. It's important because of this, and that helps spread the awareness. This is a big one that really gets downplayed, is social media. There are definitely some toxic things in social media, but social media, by and large, is really important for the HD community, because that's the way a lot of people get information. There's such a safety of being behind a screen and still getting that information that allows a bit of anonymity for people, and then all of a sudden they reach out when they're ready to for support. So especially for people with children who aren't quite ready to reach out for help yet, that first step of following social media gives them a way to receive the information without having to step out and say, I'm here. So we host an international conference every 2 years, and last year we were in Prague, and I got this note on Instagram that said, hey, just wanted to let you know I'm in Austria. I'm going to come to your event. This is the first event I've ever been to. I've been following you along for 10 years. I'm so excited to be there. And I wrote back and said, this is great. Let's set up a time to talk. Let's talk about what the event's going to be like, how we can support you. And she said, nope, just want you to know that I'm here. That's it. That first step was so important to her. And so we can't downplay the power of shared experiences through vetted social media channels is really important. There's also chat groups too through there. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going back, and the chat groups are really nice because it's more of your private setting. Nothing online is private, let's be honest. Like, we've all learned that. But at least we've, at that point, we don't have, like, our families and friends that are coming in and seeing these conversations, especially. So we have our support group chats. We have caregiver. We have PPM, that's prodromal, early manifest, pre-manifest. We have JHD. We have bereavement. I'm sure I'm missing, but those are the 4 that we do online. But I wanted to say, going back to the shirt real quick, like for caregivers, my husband would wear HD shirts. He had sensory issues, so like putting like a bracelet on him, well, first of all, he kept breaking them. And then so we found some that were unbreakable, but then it bothered him. It was annoying. So the shirt was really nice because he was wearing a shirt out anyways. And I found the difference of public impact was crazy when he was wearing a shirt compared to when he wasn't. And we always have to educate people, but like we don't want to be in a situation where sometimes we don't want to have to educate people. Like we're out with our kids, we're having ice cream, we're doing our thing, we're living with our family. We don't have to, you know, want to be educating at that time. Sometimes the shirt does the educating for you, which is really nice because they're staring and they're looking and then they see a shirt and they read and then they back off. And they let you have your family time. So shirts are super important, I think, not only because of awareness, but also to bring down that public impact a little bit. And then they will probably ask you when they see the shirt. And you educate as much as you feel like that day, depending on your energy and what you feel like.
Yeah, absolutely. Online events do the same kind of thing that social media does, where you're getting the information, but again, from the safety of your own home, behind a screen, you can still get that. You can outreach, comment, all of those different things. Game over HD with HD Reach is amazing. I don't know how many of you all like to play video games, but this is a great way to just be in a common space with a common interest and not necessarily have to talk about HD, but you're being connected. It's just really fun. So if you're interested, I know that Erica has information, and then I know that Drake is doing some streaming with Game Over HD upstairs too. Practice telling your story and talking about it. This is really helpful too, because then when you are addressed in public, you have a way to be able to share it in a way that you feel comfortable with. I know that sometimes it gets a little bit off-putting if people come in and ask you when you're not really prepared, but sharing your story and practicing sharing your story is really helpful to kind of get your mindset about what do you want to say about it. It's a little bit cut off here, but online surveys. Surveys are hugely important, and there's so many different ones, and a lot of this really helps us better understand what's important to you all. So we have a survey series where we're looking at a few things. One, how are people seeking out support and resources? So then that way, when we have, I'm going to pick on pharma in the room, so pardon me, but when we have pharma presentations and they're presenting it in a certain way, we can say, look, this is what the community is telling us of how they want to receive this information. So we share it out, you know, through conversational stories and not small charts and graphs that they can't read. Some of these things about educational information, stigmas, about the journey of young people impacted by HD. We know some of these things, but we need to have big numbers to make big change happen. So when you're talking about through lived experiences and through how you think and feel and what you feel is important, surveys are such an easy way to participate, and people actually listen and change behavior based off of it. So it's really important.
Yeah, and let me tell you guys this. I mean, we just learned this about the petition that we put out, right, as orgs, and we got, 41,000 signatures. But on top of that, was even more important was all the comments we got, because we were able to do analysis. And I'm going to tell you guys a little secret. It's not a secret. It's open. I'm joking. It went up, and I was actually on the Type A meeting with Unicure, with the FDA. And the one thing that helped me in that meeting when I was advocating with the FDA and helping teach them about HD was the surveys that were taken through Health for HD. I had no clue. We asked about what was the most important thing to our HD community. Overwhelmingly, everyone said they wanted to slow the progression of Huntington's disease down. I was able to tell that fact about that survey. Those petitions, all the sentiment about regulatory flexibility needed in HD, how much we need clinical trials expedited, all these things that needed, that I told the FDA that day was from my community because they stood up and they took the surveys.
And you need that evidence because there's the shared experience, but then they need the numbers to say it's not just me, it's all these other people too.
Yeah, so that simple survey where you answered 20 questions, those answers made it to the FDA. So that is how important these surveys are. And I know we overloaded them. We know we overload you guys, and I apologize.
I don't. We want them for no.
But if you can take them, it actually goes further than what you think.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's kind of a toe dip. So then we're going to dive a little bit more in. So we already talked a little bit about some of these online support groups and forums. So this isn't just you following along. This is taking that next step into kind of sharing your own perspective, standing outwardly a little bit more in the community. Contact and association. We all do things a little bit differently, but we all work well together. But it's great to know kind of how you're going to use each association and for what needs. So contacting association, again, like my story of just saying that I exist, I want to learn more. That's really important because arming yourself with the resources for when you're ready, when you want to learn more, is the best thing you can do even before you're ready to actually use those resources. I mean, you guys are already doing all of this here. You're meeting community members. You're sharing your own story on a one-on-one perspective. This is so important. Through HDSA, they have local chapters. So whether it's through the NYA or the local chapters, check those out because there's regional support on top of national support. HDYO has ambassadors. So we have ambassadors of young people globally, and we now have 140 from 30 different countries who are there to support one another. This is a group that we've created kind of that atmosphere of both anonymity and community building through WhatsApp, through texting, which is so important. And they're there to help support one another through lived experiences, but then they also help us better understand how we can do our job better through program decisions, through feedback, through sharing their story outwardly. So there's, it's a really good group of people, and it's designed to where people can also retreat back if they need to. Then we have our local HD event, and we also have our Enroll HD and observational studies, especially for people who are interested in participating in clinical trials at some point. Participating in an observational study is a really good first step, because if it's difficult for you to commit to a once-a-year appointment to go in and do an Enroll HD visit, then the feasibility of you doing a more time-consuming experience with a clinical trial may not be there, and that's okay. So it's a good way to not only do something that's extremely meaningful, but it also allows you to test kind of your own will and your own situation of, is this right for me to participate in a clinical trial? Because it is a big investment. So there's lots of different ways to do that. Also, you might be more terrified of needles if you don't do it, but once you go do it, you know, something like that, it might not be as scary. So there's lots of different reasons why participating in observational studies are a really great idea. So even further, so start to tell your story through different platforms to the community. Speak out about your experiences about HD. Join boards and committees. For young people, we have the Youth and Young Adult Mentorship Program in partnership with the NYA. And then again, participating in clinical research. Katie, what are some other ways that like you see, especially for this last step of really getting involved?
Yeah, and I know like on our I think that further down I have a couple like suggestions on where to go to start this process, but I think also a lot of the times we also have like Health for HD, we have a radio show, right? We have over 100,000 listeners internationally. That's insane for being a podcast about Huntington's. We have, our listenership is out of this world, and we are the first and largest podcast for Huntington's, by the way. But we need you to be guests. Like, I mean, that's telling your story, and I know that's sometimes super hard, and I always say don't tell it until you're ready, because we have had people that have come on, and then they're like, can you take that down? And we're like, we can, but a lot of people have already heard it. Yeah. But when you're ready, we do have those kind of like places too, like the radio shows, and we have a TV show, and we have blogs that you can start telling your story. So we'll talk about some of those avenues.
Yeah, there's lots of options. Okay, so we have 4 different associations here. So we wanted to share some of the ways to get involved with this. So we already chatted a little bit about the Youth and Young Adult Mentorship Program. This is partnership between HDYO and HDSA. And if you think about big brothers and big sisters, it's very similar to that, except what we're doing is we're taking trained young adults who are more veteran in the community and pairing them with young people who are mentees who maybe need that extra peer-to-peer support. Sometimes our mentees have very specific needs, so things like I'm going through genetic testing and I want to be paired with someone who's gone through it before. Sometimes people may want someone who's gone through IVF or family planning, who has the same relationship to HD. So someone with a mom or a dad who's symptomatic is really helpful, or even regional. And basically, it's just having a buddy who can be someone to talk to. Those mentors and mentees also have the support of a youth social worker at HDSA. So if they need that extra level of guidance, they have someone there. So this is a really important program that kind of takes it out of the public eye. It's all behind the scenes. I don't even know who all of our mentors are, but that's done by design because we want to give them that grace of privacy as well. So this is a really great program, especially for those young people in your lives who could benefit from that one-on-one care. HDSA also has a series of different retreats. They have a young person retreat coming up the weekend of the 24th of July, I believe, in Utah. They also have youth social workers and regular social workers for adults as well, all throughout the country. So the centers of excellence, I typically have a social worker dedicated to HD. There are several here today. So these are really important resources for everybody in the community. They have a variety of different support groups, virtual and in-person, and that carries across all of the different self-identifiers within the community. So whether you know your gene status and what that gene status is, for people who are early symptomatic, family planning, young adults, caregivers, there's a large amount of resources available. And then they also have their national convention. And so this year it'll be June 25th, happening in Phoenix. So this is connecting with HDSA is a really great resource on top of their other programs that they offer. We talked specifically about advocacy opportunities. There's been a lot coming down the pipeline recently with all of the different research news, and we're going to continue to push for that because the regulatory agencies and bodies, the legislators need to hear from the community on what's important to them, what is how they want to see things going forward and how research can impact that. So please continue to follow along with what HDSA is doing and our collaborations across the board when it comes to that. HD Reach. So you all are very familiar with HD Reach, but I also know that there are some people who are newer who are here, which is amazing. So they have Game Over HD, which we talked about, and then they also have a book club where they go through different books that are related to HD and not related to HD. And it's just a good way, again, to build that community through common interests. They talked a little bit about meetups. These are really awesome. They have a lot throughout the state of North Carolina. So it's a great way to meet other people within a stone's throw of where you live, and you get to meet their team. So please consider going to their different meetups. They have virtual support groups. They have the partnership with Vanderbilt where they help host monthly support groups specifically through them. They've got their partnership with HD Genetics to where Erica jumps on with Wes. Shout, BJ's staring at his phone. He's not even paying attention. Where Erica chats with Wes for a support group about specifically with genetic testing. They have a dedicated care navigator to help with all things related to HD, so being that connector. They have their education conference. You guys know that you're here. It's pretty fun. And then they have the therapy path, decision path, and anonymous genetic testing, and that's offered in North Carolina and Virginia. So there's a lot of really great local, regional support through HD Reach, so continue to use them, especially in this area, as your home base. I chatted a bit about our ambassador program. So we have information on that if you have young people who maybe want to meet others. The cool thing about the ambassadors is that it's international. So if you wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning with a question, someone is awake on the ambassador chat. We have people from Australia, New Zealand, Bahrain, Bangladesh, India, Morocco, Egypt, all throughout Europe, South America. It's literally international. So you get a lot of different perspectives on top of just having people that understand what it's like to be a young person. So for example, we had someone who put into the chat this week that they had gone through testing and received their results. And I'm not going to share what those are, but they were able to share because they felt comfortable in this community, and they got a tremendous amount of outpouring of support from people who they haven't met before in person, but they just understood it, and they can understand it in a way that some of us will never understand. They also help serve on panels, and they're leaders across the board as well. We have a variety of different events coming up. So we host a North American camp in partnership with our US and Canadian partners. This is happening this August. What camp is it takes people who apply, and based off of their applications, we pair them into smaller groups. So we do that based off of similar circumstances or needs. So people who have gone through genetic testing, people who maybe are in adopted families, people who have gone through certain levels of grief or bereavement. And we put them in small groups to have extremely personal discussions in a fun, relaxing environment with a social worker and people with lived experiences. So they can really talk about things like grief and loss and coping and how they and relationships and things like that. And so we do it in a way that's safe, that is with people who understand it, so they can walk away knowing that they have support and an extended family around them. Plus, it's fun. You get to go canoeing, and there's kayaking and swimming and rope swings and all of that fun stuff. Our applications technically closed at the middle of March. However, it's still, we haven't taken it off the website because we know that there are people who are going to find out about it who may want to apply. So even while we're offering this to people who've already applied, if you have young people 16 to 26 who are maybe interested, still encourage them to go check it out at our website. I've got my cards over there, information, because there's still opportunities to go this year. But we'll continue to do it every 2 years. I mentioned also about our International Congress. We're going to be going to Barcelona next March, the 12th through the 14th. And this is the only conference in the world that's just to get dedicated to the young adult experience. It's a lot of fun. It's amazing to think of 400 people walking away with this extended family, but that's what happens. There's such a power of walking into a larger room of people who you know understand and can understand what you've gone through. We don't always get to do that. But then again, as I mentioned earlier, you add in the international component of it, and it gets even greater with that need, with the discrepancies of care, access, and awareness. So we also offer scholarships. So we try as best as possible to financially help support people attending. Last year, we were able to offer 180 scholarships at varying levels, working with our partnering organizations. So we work with people like HD Reach, helped send one of their volunteers over. And a lot of you know H. Patton. He got to come, which was really great. Erica and Melissa were there. We work with our partners across the world to help send young people. So it's a really great experience. Okay, now I'm going to shut up. You go.
Okay. I didn't realize you're in our picture, but you must have done this slide. I would have never put BJ in a picture. Just kidding, because I'm going to talk about a program, that's why. So with Help for HD, I'm going to just go over programs with you guys really quick. We'll speed date. So I can tell you about some things that we offer and ways you can get involved. So one thing is Help for HD TV. Help for HD TV is actually mostly done over Zoom. It's over Zoom, and then it goes on YouTube, and it also goes on Facebook Live. So this is just a place you can tell your story. Help for HD Live is our mother program. This is the one that we were HD families sitting around a kitchen table. We said there is no education. There is about stem cell research. We can't find anything out there. This was 20 years ago, and we started there was this thing called a podcast. It was a brand new thing, and we launched a podcast for Huntington's disease. We were blown away because internationally people started listening to this show. It still runs to the day. The coolest thing, our first show we did was with someone called Lauren Holder. Some of you guys may know her, and she was just talking about advocacy. That was our first show. She now runs and hosts our radio show, which is really cool that it went full circle. Our LEAP program is our law enforcement education program. So this is where there's two components to this. One, we give you all the tools you need to educate your local law enforcement. So everything from PowerPoints to videos. And so what you can do is you can take this into your local office and ask to do an advanced training session. And they usually will say yes. They actually really like when people come, especially if you're able to bring someone with Huntington's with you so they can interact and talk to them. I travel all over the nation and teach law enforcement across the nation with Vicki Owen and Katrina. We've taught at the International Chief of Police Association that has 14,000 leadership officers from across the globe. Crisis Intervention International, we train there. We actually do a training on Huntington's disease for crisis intervention co-responders and first responders. Vicki does local law enforcement all over. The one thing when we ask the law enforcement or crisis intervention teams, what is something that you wish we would do to help you? And they said, we wish that people would come into our office and let us know that they're there. And there are databases, yes, there are. But you creating that relationship with your local law enforcement, saying, hey, we're a Huntington's disease family. We may need you every once in a while. You may get called on us. When my loved one's in Starbucks, this is my loved one. Please call me. and we can work together as a team. A lot of the times, law enforcement is very receptive to that. Sometimes it takes a while to find the right person that is receptive to that, but if you need help with that, call Vicki. She is a pit bull. She will find someone that is receptive for you to advocate beside you, so you don't have to do it alone. Also, you saw over here in our thing, we have car decals that say someone with Huntington's disease is on board. People put this on their car, not only for HD awareness, it's wonderful, but also if you're in a car accident and you're a caregiver and you're non-responsive and your loved one's in the car with HD, the first responders and co-responders that come on the scene need to know that there's someone in the car that may not be able to articulate pain, that may have involuntary movements, they may be, have cognitive impairment. That way, and so that helps this conversation. There's also, and I heard from someone recently that their wife was pulled over. She's still able to drive, and the police officer saw our sticker on the car, and he said, I was going to arrest her, and then I read this sticker, and I asked for your phone number because she's very upset, so I'm not going to take her to jail. I would really like it if you'd come get her because she needs your assistance. So that sticker saved that family from the horrible trauma of her having to go to jail for no reason. So those stickers are over there. There's also ID cards. Those are all free for you guys. Go ahead and take those. Getting involved, so that you're getting involved with your local law enforcement, teaching them about Huntington's disease, not just for your family, but all families in your area. Help for HD Relief, we have a relief fund. We help with quality of life essentials. Around Christmas, we send thousands of holiday meals across the nation so people could have a Thanksgiving and a holiday meal in December, thanks to a whole bunch of wonderful people like Neurocrine Biosciences and Angels of the Abbey that help make this amazing program we take advantage that we get to sit around the table and have a Christmas dinner. Some families with HD don't. So we make sure that that's possible. If you know a family that needs our help, let us know. HD Awareness Month, we are launching next month. This is the time to hit the social media, run in, tell your story, bring awareness. This is our month to do that. We at Help for HD, we're going to be sending 350 boxes across the nation, awareness boxes with awareness items for people for free for you to wear them. All we ask is you take some pictures and share them with us so we can see awareness at work. That will start next week. The Huntington's Post is our online news article. Our database, our resource database has all local resources. It's AI driven. Isn't that the new word? AI. Don't get scared. It only means that it can find where you live. And human vetted resources that have been vetted by humans that they have worked for people with families with Huntington's disease. It's overwhelming, so if you need any help with it, our social worker, Jamie Holloway, would be more than happy to walk you through that resource. Our social work program, we have support groups, online support groups. We have caregiver, we have PPEM, we have bereavement. And here's the thing about bereavement. I want you guys to know this. I'm just saying this as your fellow community. You don't bereave and grieve at death. We grieve our whole entire journey. And people say, oh, you grieve from diagnosis. No, we don't. Because we know that our family members are at risk way before diagnosis. We live a life of grief. Anticipatory grief, disenfranchised grief, you name the griefs, we live them. So pulling together and coming to a bereavement group or a grief group, your loved one does not have to be gone. You need support through the whole journey for this, because unfortunately we live a life full of grief. Publications, all the books, those are free. I think there's like 3 more. Please take them home. I don't want to take them to California. They're heavy. We do have an HD cookbook for swallowing and high calorie intake. I just don't have them here, but we can send them to you. Our genetic testing fund through HD Genetics. Right now, the fund is on hold, but it will go back on. We've been running it for how long now? 2 years. We've tested, I don't even know how many families through this. I mean, HD Genetics have done a ton, but through our fund where we've paid for the assistance to help people get tested. Huge shout out to so many donors for that one. It's such a huge program. We have the Griffin Foundation, we have Angels of the Abbey, we have Novartis, for like really recognizing how important it is to help people have access to genetically test from home if they choose. I know that not about connection. Sorry, I'm almost done. The toolkit, that is our new program of 2026. We launched it with end of life planning. So this helps you plan your end of life with your loved one. It not only goes through, all the insurance and all that, but it also talks about memories and writing your own story that your family wants will listen to for years to come. So it talks about those prompting questions of how you want to be remembered. And I have a little secret for you. We're all going to die. So everyone should be taking that and doing that for their family. It's important. Biggest blessing my husband did for me was he end-of-life planned for me. I never questioned if he wanted to be cremated. I never questioned if he wanted a feeding tube. He told me what he wanted, and it was my job to follow his wishes, and I did. So end-of-life planning is incredibly important, and now we are launching next week at our event in Baltimore, our safety planning part of the toolkit, which is really cool. So that's fun. Toolkit. Symposium, we're going to be in Des Moines, Iowa this year. We travel from state to state every year. That's our largest event of the year. Our HYPE programs are in-person programs. This next week we'll be in Baltimore, then we'll be in LA, California, and we do 2 virtual. We usually have, like our last virtual event, we did one with Victor Sung. We had 14,000 people watching our virtual event. So they're highly watched. They're super, super wonderful for education and resources. So please tune into those. You can find those on social media and on our website. Social media I just mentioned. I think that's it.
So there's just a lot, right? And it's hard to kind of go through all of those different things. We talked about the event. Sorry, I should have done that. We've talked a bit about research. So these are a list of different observational studies, whether you are impacted yourself or have loved ones. So there's a lot of observational studies that can be done now. And then as more clinical trials come down the line, we talked about that this morning, about those partnerships with your neurologist and trying to find those trusted sources for how you would like to participate in trials and staying abreast to what's coming down the line. It's a lot of information. The important thing is that there's stuff out there. And with making these connections, being here in person, reaching out to organizations, seeing what works best for you, for those different conversations, we can help guide you through that. Again, it's totally fine to take a break. It's fine to investigate and say, not ready yet. It's fine to dive in. It's fine to do whatever. You all are the drivers in this journey. We're just providing resources for if and when you're ready, we can help guide you and help be a support to you in any way. But please make sure that you stay connected with all of the associations because we're really here for all of you. We have 2 exact minutes. For I don't know, but yeah, we're terrible. Yes, let me grab the microphone.
Tell me about the podcast.
Yeah. Can you share again about the podcast?
Yeah, so we go every single week, and Lauren Holder is the host at this time, but if you want to, if I can send you the link to the podcast, we have over 600 available episodes on iTunes, Spotify, blog, there's a whole bunch of, we're kind of everywhere. Apple, I said iTunes. Yep. But if you want to be on the show, please contact me because we would love to have you and have Lauren interview you anytime. But I will send you also, I call it the HD library history of 600 shows that you could listen to. I don't know who would have time for that, but I would love to send them to you if you want.
The podcast name?
Help for HD Live.
Well, thank you all so much. Again, we know the conversation may start here, but it doesn't end here. So please reach out. We're all here for you. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Oh, and I am running right now. I'm grabbing my bag. I'm jumping on an airplane because I have to go across the country, but I'm going to leave all this stuff. Please, please take everything that you want because if not, poor HG Reach is going to be stuck with it again for another year. Everyone take care, and we'll see you guys down the road.
And Katie, thank you so much. Appreciate it. You have a few minutes before our sessions start at 2:30. And so we have a testing panel upstairs, virtual access to care upstairs, long-term care residents' rights upstairs, and then Disability 101 down here with Allison. So you have, like I said, those will start at 2:30.
Hi, I'm Allison Bartlett. Wow, that's loud. Senior Manager of Disability Programs with HDSA. Thank you so much for being in here for the last session of the day, especially since this is all about disability and disability planning, which I know it's a lot now that it's 2:30 in the afternoon. Trust me, I'm also tired. Bear with me, we will get through this together. I'll try to make this as engaging as possible because I know everyone likes to love to ask the research questions. They're here for research and all the stuff that's like moving forward with HD. And I'm like, I'm your friendly neighborhood disability attorney. Let's talk about all the things that are really upsetting today. So I also like to use umbrellas when I talk about disability, because one of the biggest misconceptions when we have this conversation about disability is people think it's just one thing. But how you define disability is any condition which changes how you interact with the world around you. So when you have something like Huntington's disease, a chronic lifelong condition, it's not disability is not just a financial benefit. It changes how you interact with the world around you. It is a way of life. And so I want to kind of unpack this because I don't want people to continue thinking disability is just Social Security, because it is so much more than that. And there's some resources on the table, but one of the things is the disability postcard, and this is a high-level overview of what I do at HDSA and what our disability program helps with. And it's disability benefits, so employer and private disability benefits, Social Security, legal planning, financial planning, health insurance, just all kinds of things that come up in the disability process, which we're going to touch on a lot of these things today. So I have this infographic up here that touches on the complexities in HD, and you can see that it is a lot of different things. And the reason I am so passionate about talking about this, I am so passionate about working with the HD community, is because the HD community manages to fall into all of the gaps that exist in the legal system. And the only way we can change that is if we have these conversations, we can talk more about advanced planning, we make it easier to have these conversations, to ask these questions, and just feel more confident navigating this system. And this comes up a lot, but why do I need to care about disability now? Because really, disability planning needs to start when you find out if you are gene positive or you get that official diagnosis from a clinician. Not if you're ready to stop working, but starting to think about these things, because there's so much that goes into it, especially with Social Security benefits and other kinds of legal planning. If you don't act when you have the capacity, if you don't do the preparation and the forward thinking, you can lose out on benefits. You can lose out on Social Security benefits, you can lose out on employer-provided benefits. And there's this, we have to talk about capacity. If you lack your capacity, you can't sign any legal documents anymore. So there's a lot of stuff that takes place, and one of the things that is really important for families and everyone to know, if you're creating a power of attorney document, you're not signing your rights or your life away. You're putting into a legal document all of your wishes and who can help enforce them. But you have to do that when you still have the cognitive abilities to do so, the wherewithal, because there's a lot of things that can happen. There's stuff that we can't predict, because as many people have said today, if you know one person with HD, you know one person with HD, and everybody's journey is unique. And so there's no there's no specific process that everybody is going to go through, because that's just not how life works. But understanding the different pieces to build your own version of the puzzle, that's what's really important. This, in an ideal world, this was what the benefit preparation timeline would be. So first, prodromal pre-symptomatic HD, that's the planning stage, where you're researching the financial, legal, and disability options. You're looking at insurance planning. You're starting to put those pieces together. You're just looking what your different options are. And then in the early to mid-stage HD, and I know I'll have to change this phrasing eventually. This is based on kind of the old staging system, but just to give a frame of reference. But early to mid-stage, which is when most people stop working and have to apply for disability, I call this the action stage. So you're obtaining your disability benefits. That's when you can finalize putting the legal documents, your power of attorneys in place, because by the time you or your loved one gets to late stage HD, I want that just to be the benefit stage. I want you to already have those things in place and you're already using those benefits. You're not trying to rush to piece everything together. I don't want anybody to be in that situation. And I know This is not realistic for everybody because just of how life works, because of how HD works. But in an ideal world, I wish everybody would have access to these things, feel comfortable talking to these things. It'd be nice if there weren't so many financial strings tied to all of this stuff so families could take advantage of everything. So some of the things I'm going to touch on today as far as legal and disability considerations, so legal preparation, just a little bit of asset protection, estate planning, power of attorney, and then for disability, health, and other insurance, what those different kinds of insurances are. Because a lot of that is what goes into disability planning. If you are at the point where you need to apply for Social Security disability and you haven't done anything else, you're kind of late to the game. Because it means you've probably already missed out on benefits or something else could be missing. So legal planning is so important, and I know Jeff gave a wonderful session just before this, and he is the person you want to talk to really about this stuff in North Carolina. I am not licensed in North Carolina. He knows this stuff way more than I do, but I can help families navigate little pieces, answer questions, point you in the right direction. But with legal planning, without proper legal documents, the impacted person could fall through the gaps in the legal system. And this includes getting in legal trouble, whether it's civil trouble, criminal trouble, bankruptcy, homelessness, not able to afford or access proper care, be denied access to government benefits. And I'll touch on this in a little bit, but one thing that everyone needs to know, Social Security disability benefits retire. Once you have worked for 10 years and paid enough into Social Security, retirement is given. You have to work 10 years over the course of your life, you pay enough into retirement, that stays forever. Social Security disability works on a rolling basis. It works like any other insurance. Health insurance, car insurance, if you stop paying your premium, you lose access to that policy. Social Security disability works the same way. And unfortunately, I see all too often in the HD community, someone stops working, they either don't know that they have HD, they don't want to get the diagnosis, they just haven't gone to a doctor in years, they stop working, the 5 years passes, maybe they finally get a diagnosis 10 years down the road. So much time has passed, they will never be found disabled for their Huntington's disease. The exception is supplemental security income, but then you have to meet the really strict financial need criteria. For a single adult, you have to have less than $2,000 in assets. For a married couple, you have to have less than $3,000 in assets because married couples only count as 1.5 people, not 2 people. And that is something, speaking of advocacy, they put legislation into Congress every year to up that minimum because $2,000 and $3,000 in assets is insane. That number has not changed since like 1986. And we all know a lot of inflation in life has happened since then. And generally with legal planning, the earlier in advance you do it, the more options you have. Jeff gave a really great boat analogy, and he was saying that so many people are like drowning in the water, they have all these different boats to choose, but they take so long picking an option, they end up drowning. Nobody wants that. But if you do the proper planning and at least ask the right questions, because not everybody has to get all of these intense legal documents. It's about what's right for you. But if you don't know some of the words, some of the questions, you're not going to know what to ask for or just the bare minimum you need that works best for you and your family. And a big thing, and this comes up a lot in terms of Medicaid planning, because with Medicaid, the asset limits are very, very strict, especially in North Carolina. I think it's similar to the SSI asset criteria. So $2,000 for a single person, $3,000 for a married couple. That's practically nothing. And you have to, there's a 5-year look back period. Planning for Medicaid definitely takes time in advanced planning. I'm not going to go through all of this, but these are just different programs that look at assets and have asset limit criteria. So it's just a high-level overview of all of the different things that look at assets and why you might want to do legal planning and asset protection. And a lot of stuff counts as an asset. Cash, bank accounts, savings accounts, land and property. They do not count the home that you live in, but if you have a second home, if you own any additional land, I've worked with families over the years that had, they inherited a random piece of property in a rural area that they never saw, but because they had a home and that additional piece of land, it disqualified them from benefits until they got rid of it. Life insurance policies, and essentially anything that you own that could be sold and turned into cash, but it's a lot. So what are asset protection options that we talk about within HD and just in general? Trusts, revocable and irrevocable. Again, if that's something you want to look into, you really need to work with a specialized attorney in your state. The big difference, though, is a revocable trust, that stays with you. That does not count as an asset protection for government benefit purposes because you still control all of your assets. The only way to have a trust that will be protected from Social Security, from Medicaid, is if you put it in an irrevocable trust. But when you put it in an irrevocable trust, you lose access to it. A trustee takes over on your behalf. And that can be a difficult conversation to have because if you're planning for Medicaid, it means you have to start putting that stuff into that trust that you lose access and control over at least 5 years in advance. And that, I know that can be really hard to grapple with when you're trying to plan for those things. But this is why it's really important to speak with an estate attorney, an elder law attorney, a specialized individual in your state who knows the ins and outs of these things. Because each state, God bless our legal system, each state has their own rules and regulations and everybody does things a little bit differently. I learned some fun facts about North Carolina not too long ago. But that's why it's really important to work with the relevant professionals, and you don't want to just go online. If you find a document online, that's where you can get into all kinds of trouble because they say it's accepted in your state, but there's actually no guarantee. So it's always better to ask a legal professional. I know I'm biased as a legal professional telling everyone right now to speak to other legal professionals. I get it, I hear what I'm saying, but it's because they know best how to navigate you through these things and they can make something that's specific to you. You don't want to get a generalized document and think it's going to cover all of your needs because it's not. And the big one I like to talk about now is ABLE accounts. Because this is a really new, it's not a new program, but this year, as of January 1st, 2026, the age for ABLE accounts, now you have to show you're disabled up until 46. Before, it used to just be 26. So now that's a 20-year age increase. So that means a lot more people in the HD community can take advantage of an ABLE account. So as long as you were found disabled before the age of 26 or 46, and that's a really broad definition. That means just getting a letter from your neurologist. If you have a condition on Social Security's Compassionate Allowance list, adult onset Huntington's disease is on the Compassionate Allowance list. That means you qualify for an ABLE account. I think, and every state does it a little bit differently, but you only need $25 to open the account, and a lot of states will match that $25, so you'll start with $50 in your account, and it kind of works like a special needs trust or an irrevocable trust. You can have up to $100,000 in it, and that does not count as an asset for SSI purposes. And then the lifetime maximum is a little bit over $500,000, and that would protect you for Medicaid purposes. And the nice thing about these accounts is they can work like a bank account and a savings account all in one. So if it's something that you could be eligible for, it's worth reaching out to ABLE in North Carolina to get more details. But this is a really great resource for families to take advantage of. And it's significantly cheaper to set up than the special needs trust. And so it's a different option. Okay. This is an important slide because it's about legal decision making. I'm not getting into the nitty-gritty of power of attorney documents and guardianship and conservatorship, but what I really want families and individuals to take away is that when you create a power of attorney document for yourself, you maintain the control. You decide what decisions can be made on your behalf. You decide who gets to make those decisions, and you can change that. You can make a hierarchy of people, like your spouse, a sibling, a child. If they can't do it anymore, somebody else can. You can put into the durable power of attorney document, only my neurologist at Duke has the authority to say if I am incapacitated and when somebody can take control full-time. Guardianship / conservatorship, I always say slash because every state calls it something different, and I never know which state does what. But essentially, you have to go to court. You have to submit paperwork in state court showing your loved one no longer has the legal capacity to make decisions or take care of themselves. You have to submit all of the supporting documentations. It's expensive, it can be time consuming, and the reality is sometimes it does kind of destroy families because the person who you're seeking guardianship for, they also get a say in the process. They also can have an attorney trying to fight to make sure you're not trying to get guardianship or conservatorship of them unfairly. And if you're the person who has guardianship or conservatorship that's put on you, you lose decision-making power. And you don't know, like the state could appoint a family member or a loved one who knows you. Sometimes it becomes a state-appointed guardian and they don't know anything about you. And they could just be making the best guess based on the care that you need. And so if you can, and the big thing is, like creating a durable power of attorney with an attorney can maybe be $500 to $1,000, depending if you're doing like the whole estate planning thing versus just a singular document. Guardianship can cost up to $10,000 or more. And it's a lengthy process. If you have a loved one who needs care and no longer has the mental capacity to take care of themselves and there are no documents in place, it could take months or years for all of that stuff to go through the legal system. So if they need emergency care, it's going to drag out that process a lot. And I want everyone in this room to have a say and control in their care. It is your life. I want you to be able to take ownership over it. I don't want somebody to dictate everything for you. I'm talking more than I'm breathing right now because I'm just trying to get through all the information because it's a lot. Okay. Thank you, bear with me. Okay, so one of the big things that comes up as part of legal and financial planning is actually insurance planning. And part of the reason this is such an important conversation because with Huntington's disease, genetic discrimination is legal in this country. Once you have gene testing done, you are not, if you have a positive gene test or you've been formally diagnosed with Huntington's disease, you are not going to get life insurance. You're not going to get disability insurance. This happens to me a lot. People bring me water a lot. Okay. I need to work on that. Thank you so much. So under the Genetic Information Non-Discrimination Act, GINA, the only things that are protected are your right to health insurance and your right to employment. No other kind of insurance is protected under that act. So the only thing you are guaranteed is health insurance and your right to work. So if you have a positive gene test or you've been formally diagnosed with Huntington's disease, your ability to get insurance essentially goes away. There are some exceptions, and that's really with employer-provided benefits. I don't know if everyone can see this. It's probably a little bit small. But the biggest difference, so there's public benefits, private benefits, and then employer benefits are a subset of private benefits. Public benefits are Social Security, disability, Medicaid, Medicare. Private benefits are everything else. So disability benefits, health benefits, life insurance, long-term care, hospital, accident, indemnity insurance, all of those things. Aflac, they're a private insurance company. But employer-provided benefits, they pay for the private benefits for all of their employees to access. And that is one of the ways to not get around, but if your company offers life insurance or disability insurance to everyone at the company, then they have to offer it to everyone at the company. They're not going to ask for your background. They're not going to ask for your medical records. They're not going to ask for your medical history. And for most insurances, as long as you are a full-time employee, you're paying into the policy for 12 to 24 months, and you don't take benefits in that time, they will not, even if you already have an HD diagnosis, your HD diagnosis will not preclude you from taking the long-term disability benefit through the employer. The other thing is if you have access to employer-provided benefits, they're significantly cheaper because usually your employer is paying some of that cost. So if you have access to it, please take it. The number of individuals and families I have spoken with over the years who did not take advantage of employer-provided benefits is way higher than you think it is. And so that's something I really want everyone to take away from this. If it's for you, if it's for your kids, if you know someone, a friend, just anybody who's starting their first job and they are asking benefit questions, they should opt into as much as possible. Well, the other thing too is private long-term disability benefits generally are about 60% of your salary. Social Security, no matter how much you get, like the maximum Social Security benefit, whether it's retirement or disability, is maybe $4,300 a month right now. 60% of $160,000 is significantly more than that. So you want also to take these private policies because it's going to maximize your financial benefits. And it's really important for everyone to know that long-term disability benefits and Social Security don't stack. Most of the time, long-term disability policies say you have to apply for Social Security. So let's say the 60% of your income means you'll be getting, I don't know, I'm just making stuff up. It means you'll be getting $6,000 a month, and your Social Security benefit is $3,000 a month. You're not going to get $9,000 a month. You're still only going to get the $6,000 a month. The long-term disability company pays half. Social Security pays the other half. Sometimes if you're lucky, you can find a policy that stacks, but you really need to work with a specialized licensed insurance broker to do that, to help you navigate the system. As one of the things that's really important to know, if you're looking for private insurance on your own, it's always better, especially within the HD community, to work with an insurance broker, because as was explained to me recently by somebody in this room, that life insurance, disability insurance, and long-term care insurance all sit in the same insurance bucket. And if you apply for one of those insurances, let's say at Prudential, and you get denied for whatever reason, every other insurance company across the United States can see that denial. They may not be able to see why you were denied, but they can see that denial, so it's automatically a red flag on your claim. So you want to work with relevant professionals to get benefits and access these things and take advantage of what you have. Yes. So what most policies say is as long as you pay, like there's a wait period essentially, like you can't apply for the policy within that wait period. Or if you, as long as like it's usually 12 months or 24 months, as long as you're paying benefits for that entire time. So let's say you have the HD diagnosis, you switch employers, you start paying into the benefits, you pay into that policy for 5 years. Under most policies, you can take that policy. You can be approved for long-term disability. Because you've met the pre-existing condition criteria, because you applied after. And that's one of the things that does get a little complicated. Everyone, if you have employer-provided benefits, everyone in this room has access to that policy, but most of the time it means you have to talk to your HR department. You're gonna have to ask someone to actually read that policy. They don't usually just hand it out like candy. And it means you also have to understand what you're reading. I read a policy recently, like the first 60 pages were literally just disclosures from states. Yes. Yes, I was wrong. Okay, it's one of those like exceptional things. It's a different kind of life insurance. You can get life insurance, but it's not the same as like when you're looking at whole life insurance policies or term policies. It's a much smaller benefit. So if we wanted to get like $1 million policy on yourself after you've tested positive, that's not gonna happen. But there are other like smaller options to cover like burial expenses or just other things to help you cover costs like towards end of life. But thank you for pointing that out and correcting my mistake. So I get this question a lot. When should I look for benefits myself? Honestly, with your first job, as soon as possible. You know, it's April. And I know most, not all, but like this year, if you're not sure what you have, you know, you can check and look at your open enrollment period through your job. It's one of those things with legal and financial planning, it's sorry, I was thinking like an infomercial just popped into my head from childhood. Set it and forget it. We do not do that with legal, financial, or benefit planning. You have to look at it because things change, circumstances change. I have heard horror stories of someone who set their benefits to a girlfriend or an ex-spouse, never changed them. And so their current spouse, their children, they got nothing because they went to their past spouse. And so it is stuff that you have to look through. And it is good because sometimes your employer policies change. Your benefits may change. They may get a different benefit package. So it is something to pay attention to and to review every year. I'm going to jump back 1 second. A really big thing, know your disability options. Are you paying into Social Security, or are you paying into a state employment program, or are you paying into a private policy? And I don't know if anyone in this room is like a police officer, a firefighter, or a teacher. This comes up most for state officials or people who work in public education. Because if you are paying into a public education retirement system, in most states you have to pay into that system for 10 years before you're eligible for disability benefits. If you work in North Carolina for 3 years, and then you become a teacher in Louisiana for 4 years, and then you work in Nevada for 5 years, you are not eligible for benefits anywhere if you paid into the public education retirement system individually in each of those states because you moved and you didn't work there enough time. And so it is really important to know that distinction. There are different options. I cannot remember the name off the top of my head, but there are certain, like, it's essentially like paying into like the equivalent of like an IRA or a 401k. There is a different option if you don't think you're going to work in that one state forever. But it is really important to know that. And that was also a really important life lesson I learned as a disability attorney when I was new to this, because I was like, what do you mean your work credits expired? Oh, you were a teacher in Louisiana, so it didn't count. Just a quick difference between Medicare and Medicaid. Medicaid can help pay for long-term care facilities. Medicare does not. Medicaid is what requires financial planning. Medicare does not. Some people end up being eligible for both. There's something called Medicare savings plans, and if your income is low enough based on your Social Security disability or your Social Security retirement, you can get both. It's also important to note Medicare does come with a premium. For this year, the monthly premium is $202.90 a month. So if you're on Social Security disability, it's automatically withdrawn from that, and if you're on Social Security retirement, I'm pretty sure it's automatically withdrawn from that. And it's just really good to know the difference between Medicare and Medicaid. And if you can have both and they can stack, that's the best of both worlds. But that does not exist for everybody. I wish it did. I wish it did. When people say Medicare for all, really I wish it was like Medicare plus Medicaid for all. That would cover all the things. Yes? So in order to get Medicare through SSDI, you have to have received 24 qualifying payments. And the reason I say that instead of like a 2-year wait period is because it can be retroactive. Like if you applied for benefits 3 years ago, it took all of this time to get approved, but Social Security agreed that your disability started 3 years ago, they will pay you that back pay, and they will say the Medicare start date started running from 3 years ago, so now your Medicare will start. It's an automatic process. You are automatically enrolled in Medicare Part A and Part B. No. So in order to, I will get to that in a second, but just so everybody knows, you can only get Social Security disability up until full retirement age. Question, what is current full retirement age with Social Security? 67. Whoever said 60, that is right. It is now 67, which adds an extra layer of complication because Medicare still starts at 65, but full disability isn't until 67. So if you're going to get Medicare through disability, you have to be approved through Social Security disability insurance. That is the only way to get Medicare early. Medicaid for most states comes with supplemental security income, which is a separate program. But in order to get early Medicare, you have to be approved for Social Security disability insurance, and I'll talk about that in a minute. Oh, and just so everybody knows, I'll go back to this. Medicare that you get for retirement and Social Security from the government, it's only Part A and Part B. hospitalizations and doctor's visits, if you want dental coverage, if you want visit coverage, if you want drug coverage, you have to pay for additional policies. You have to get Medicare Part D. I am not, as a lawyer, I don't know why, but I know a lot of medical professionals do not like Medicare Advantage plans. You'll need to talk to your friendly local neighborhood medical professional, whether it's your neurologist, physical therapist, occupational therapist, whoever. I just know they do not like them because what happens to a lot of families is it makes Medicare Part D affordable, but you lose things that you may really need. So I don't want anyone to lose coverage for something they may ultimately need in the future. But I just don't know enough about Medicare Advantage plans to know the technicalities of it. I just know you need to ask questions and be wary of them. Okay, Okay, I was mentioning this earlier, but yeah, the difference between employer-funded retirement and disability, it's just good to understand those. North Carolina doesn't, aside from a public education retirement system, there's not like a short-term disability benefit program in North Carolina, so that's not something you'd have to worry about. And if you don't know, this is one of the things you can call me and we can talk through and I can answer questions about, because I do direct consultations with families all the time. I answer questions, we schedule phone calls, connect families with resources. So I don't expect anyone in this room to remember all of this today. This is a starting point. A big takeaway, though, is the intersection of benefits, because there's a lot of things that you can get at once. So Social Security disability insurance is in the middle, because most Americans end up paying into Social Security and are eligible for Social Security disability insurance. But you can get state disability at the same time. This is more true for like California, New Jersey. There's just a few states that have state disability. But this is important for getting short-term disability from an employer, long-term disability from employer, or if you have private short-term or long-term disability, an FMLA. So one of the things that confuses people is you can technically still be employed with your company and get Social Security disability at the same time. Because Social Security says there's a difference between being employed, because you can be employed and not doing any work. You can be receiving short-term or long-term disability from your employer. You can be on FMLA. You could be getting paid sick and vacation time. So you're technically employed, but you're not working. That is the distinction. And there are a lot of people who end up being employed with their company throughout the Social Security disability process, because at some point you have to say, okay, I'm not coming back to work. But being approved for long-term disability benefits, getting long-term disability through your employer does not automatically mean you're never coming back to work. At some point, you do have to have that conversation if you don't intend to go back to work. One of the things I do think that is important to talk about, and this was a question that didn't get asked in the panel this morning, but like, what is the one thing I would want everyone to know about disability or applying for disability? The disability process starts long before you actually need to apply for Social Security disability. Because for a lot of individuals, it can start with requesting accommodations from your employer, knowing what your legal rights are. So at no point do you ever legally have to disclose your HD status to your employer. You do not need to do that. You would do that if you want to request accommodations. You would do that if you have a good relationship with your employer and you just want to be like, hey, I want touch bases. I want to build safety mechanisms into this. So like if I'm not performing my job well, if there's things that need to change, we can work on that together. But if you don't have an employer you feel comfortable disclosing to, you don't have to. But if you don't disclose, you don't have the legal protections guaranteed under the Americans with Disabilities Act. Your employer cannot be penalized if they do not know you have a disabling condition. And regardless of whether you've disclosed your HD or not, if you get to the point, with or without accommodations, that you can no longer perform your essential job tasks, your job is not protected anymore. And if you think about it, like, do you want a pilot flying if they have progressed HD? Do you want a school bus driver with more progressed or advancing HD to drive around your children? Do you want a dentist? There's just other things. And that's where really there's a difference between a career and your job. And so work accommodations can help protect your career as long as possible, but ultimately there will be a point where anyone with Huntington's disease ultimately has to stop working, or they at least have to stop performing their career And that's when we talk about step-down work or just volunteering or doing something else a few days a week, depending on what your wishes and needs are. And another question I get asked a lot is, when do we apply for disability? And there's no gold standard, because everybody's Huntington's disease looks different. Everybody's job looks different. So if you're starting to have difficulty with like balancing gait, but you work from home and like you are okay cognitively for the most part to perform your job and you work from the safety of your home, then using your balancing gait issues is not going to be enough of a reason for you to stop working. So there's a lot of things that go into it. But really the big warning signs, if you start having issues at work, actively performing your job, you can't get there on time. Like, work is just exhausting. Like, what I see a lot, what I've been told a lot when working with families, is the physical having to just show up for their job, the anxiety of doing their job, fearing making mistakes, and coming home and then just going to bed every night because they are so exhausted. Just the totality of doing those things is too much. They don't have any enjoyment out of life. And so that's when I start asking the questions, is this something you want to keep doing? Is this fulfilling? Is this filling your cup? Or has this become too much? And we can talk about different things, work accommodations, applying for disability, because it does. It looks different for everyone, which is why I always say I'm happy to have this conversation, because again, it's not one size fits all. Having trouble holding a job consistently. I work with people who can get through the job interview, but they can never get out of, the trial work period. That's not what it's called, but that introductory work period. They never get past that because they have a hard time managing. And really, when you really want to, if someone has been out of work a year, I always say it's time to apply. Some people think you have to be out of work a year before you can apply for Social Security disability. That is not the standard. The rule is you have to have a condition that will last 12 months or longer. Huntington's disease meets that criteria, whether you're applying the day after you stop working or 6 months later. Unfortunately, at this time, we know there is not a cure, there's not a medication that slows the progression, so HD always meets that qualification. But one thing that is really important to keep in track of, so Social Security is something called work credits. If we're paying into Social Security, we all earn up to 4 work credits a year. And that's what makes you eligible for retirement. That's what makes you eligible for Social Security disability. In 2026, if you make more, the earnings limit this year is $7,560. If you earn that this year, you've earned all 4 quarters of credit. So that means you could earn all quarters of credit for the year in the first 3 months of the year, depending on your salary. But when it starts to become an issue is if you or your loved one are making less than that amount, then you're not getting all of your credits, and you're starting to bump up when your disability is going to expire. And so that's also a red flag for people. And it's really important to know there are no exceptions for stay-at-home parents. If you took on the amazing responsibility of being a stay-at-home parent and raising your kids, but you have not worked in 10 plus years, you have lost your Social Security disability eligibility, and there is no exception. And that's a really hard one. And we're talking about advocacy. That's one of the things I'd love to change, but that's not a here and now conversation. But it's really important to know that if you are in school or you're a stay-at-home parent and you're not paying into Social Security, you could lose your disability, access to disability. I got to the slide before I got to the slide. And I know I mentioned this earlier, but yeah, Social Security disability credits expire. I can't say this enough because I don't want anybody to lose access to this. You paid into the system. You paid into Social Security. You worked. I don't want you to lose out on benefits that you paid into. And again, there's no magical when do I qualify for disability. It really does depend on you. And the thing that makes this difficult, you may qualify for disability under your private policy. It is significantly easier to get disability under a long-term disability benefit policy in most cases because they can define disability as just not being able to do your current job. So you just have to show you can't do your current job. And some say you can't do any job. And that's also what Social Security says, which makes it a really high burden. So not only can you not do your job, you can't do your past work, you can't do any other job in the regional or national economy. So not just North Carolina, not just Virginia, Maine, Florida, California, Alaska, depending on the skill level of your job. As an attorney, I would have to show I can't do anything at my very high skill level or semi-skilled. I'd have to show I can't do unskilled work at a sedentary job. And that's a really high burden. And that's what trips up most families with Huntington's disease. That's what trips up most people applying for Social Security disability. And part of the reason for this is Social Security, because of the nature of what HD is, because we have put this standard that you have to have some kind, like you have to have, in order to get a true clinical diagnosis, you have to have some kind of movement, whether it's saccades in your eyes, chorea, just different things. But Social Security has latched onto that, and they have said you have to have a marked or extreme physical limitation. That is what their standard is for Huntington's disease. They have other, and Social Security has a specific listing for Huntington's disease. It's 11.17, and if you read through it, it becomes apparent why it's so hard for HD families to get approved for Social Security disability based on these rules, because they want you to have a marked physical limitation. In my experience working with the community almost 10 years now, most people stopped working because of cognitive behavioral symptoms and limitations, concentration, attention, memory loss, the things that are part of executive function. And so that really places an undue burden on the community. And it's also really important for everyone to know you cannot get approved for any disability benefit if you don't have medical care. A gene test is not enough. A gene test is not really a medical record, because with Huntington's disease, because it's, a genetic condition that's from in your family, you're born with that gene. Social Security and disability providers, they only care about your Huntington's disease once it starts to impact you and your ability to work. And so if you don't have a good medical history, if you don't have medical records to support that you cannot work, what all your limitations are, it's going to be really hard to get approved. I don't expect everyone to read the Social Security Act because, this is fun legal technical language. I just put this up here because Social Security disability is a federal process. If you do not follow all their rules and regulations, your claim will get denied. And a lot of people misunderstand what that process is, which is why I was able to build a disability program in the first place, because so much of this is very difficult to navigate and people don't know where to start. We don't have conversations about this in high school. We don't talk about this as a society. And so what does all of this look like? Big thing, and I'm just gonna go, the big thing between SSDI and SSDI is based on work credits. It's the more stable benefit program. It's the one that's gonna pay you, for most people, a lot more money, and it means if you have children under the age of 18, you could get additional benefits for them. Supplemental security income for 2026, the max monthly benefit is only $967 a month. Can anyone in this room live on $967 a month? So just something to think about. This is going to be the last slide I go through because I'm running out of time. And I know we've already been through so much today. But the big thing with starting the disability process is really, if you can, you want to prepare in advance. Because if you just go into the Social Security office, sit down to do an online application or call over the phone, and you haven't done advanced planning, you don't know what the application looks like, you don't know what they're going to ask, you're not going to be prepared. Because one of the hardest things about the Social Security application is you really, truly have to be brutally honest. And when I say that, you have to talk about either all the things, and really, the person with HD should never be the one completing the Social Security disability application. I'm going to use a sports analogy. If you had a pitcher with a broken wrist and it was Game 7 of the World Series, would you start that pitcher? So why would you have someone with a progressive degenerative condition that impacts a lot of their cognitive faculties complete a complicated application on their own? And when judgment, insight, awareness, and apathy issues are all very prevalent in HD, don't do it. But what makes this hard is we want to live in the hope. We want to focus on what we and our loved ones, all the good things we can do, all the good things that are happening. The Social Security disability application is really where you have to get into the nitty-gritty of the dark side. You have to get into everything that's changed, what they cannot do anymore, because the person making the decision at Social Security, for most people, is never going to see them. So you really have to paint a picture for Social Security that they will understand. How would you rather submit a stick figure drawing or the Mona Lisa? Most of us won't get to the Mona Lisa. That's okay. But you know what we learned from the Impressionists? It doesn't have to be a clear picture to be a great work of art and to still get the point. And you don't have to navigate any of this alone. We're just going to skip through this because, again, does anybody have questions? I'm just trying to get to my contact information as you have it. I could talk a long time if nobody had figured that out. If you have questions, like this will take you to a resource page. And then that's my contact information. And then on the table out there, there's an application tips for applying for Social Security handout. And another thing that I'm really proud of is a financial and legal preparation checklist. So the first page is financial planning and insurances, just a high-level overview of what to do. And then asset and resource, I can't talk anymore. Asset and resource protection. And then legal decision making. Just a high-level overview of what to be thinking about and just a check mark through your process. But yeah, does anybody have any questions, or did I just break everybody's brain and it's the end of the day and we're all ready to be done? The second one? Okay. Well, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for sitting through this presentation. And like I said, if you have questions, please never hesitate to reach out to me. I know all of this is a lot.
Okay, we have a few minutes before